money ass nigga. And I ain't chasing shit unless it's money and liquor. Nah, I ain't no referee, but she know I'm a visual. She got both ass cheeks bouncing that double dribble. That ass perfect, baby. I love the way you bend it over and twerk it, baby. You know you doing that shit on purpose, baby. That pussy wetter than some water, let me serve it, baby. He don't like me, but his bitch love me. Got kicked out the house at 14, I was still thinking. She ate that dick so much I need her. He know I fuck the bitch, he see me, he be mean, but that shit don't mean nothing. You play with me and you know how my team coming. Hey, that ass sit up better than 2 bunk beds. Oh, she thick, she eat a cornbread. Yeah, that shit got homemade. She get on her knees and make that ass go both ways. She mix Patron with the OJ. She mix a mirror with the Doja. If he can't buy you PR, then he PR. Or maybe you just a basic bitch. Keep nigga play, spray the bitch. I'm so clean, look at me, take a pic. I got bands in my pants, I'm so lit. I'm pulling up, foreign truck, 5%. That ass natural, I gotta have, look how I sit. Get on your ass, she gon' crash by that dick. She talking to me like she like me or something. Hey, bend that ass over like you hiking or something. She wanna fuck me and her friend like she hiking or something. Don't you do it to me, baby, like this Nike or something. She talking to me like she like me or something. Hey, bend that ass over like you hiking or something. She wanna fuck me and her friend like she hiking or something. Don't you do it to me, baby, like this Nike or something. I'm a getting money ass nigga. And I ain't chasing shit unless it's money and liquor. Nah, I ain't no referee, but she know I'm a visual. She got both ass cheeks bouncing that double dribble. That ass perfect, baby. I love the way you bend it over and twerk it, baby. You know you doing that shit on purpose, baby. That pussy wetter than some water, let me serve it, baby. That ass perfect, baby. That shit perfect, baby. I love the way you twerk it, baby. That shit perfect, baby. Slow motion, baby. Let them see you bust it over, baby. That ass perfect, baby. That shit perfect, baby. I'm a getting money ass nigga. And I ain't chasing shit unless it's money and liquor. Nah, I ain't no referee, but she know I'm a visual. She got both ass cheeks bouncing that double dribble. That ass perfect, baby. I love the way you bend it over and twerk it, baby. You know you doing that shit on purpose, baby. That pussy wetter than some water, let me serve it, baby.
What's good with it? What's good with it? Hey, y'all. Hey, Miss Tanya. Hey, Daniel. What's good? What's good? What's good, people? What's good? How are y'all feeling today? You know what? Shout out to all y'all that do that 9 to 5, 8 to 4, 7 to 3. I don't know how y'all do it, Jesus. All that going to bed at 11 and 12. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like being up during the day. Like, this is crazy. I don't like it. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Hell, if Trump have his way, hell, you won't need no to have no damn teachers. This is crazy, baby. He got all the teaching community shook, child. We scared. That's why it is always good to know how to do several things, honey. Several. Not just one, several. Because in times like these, you need more than one skill. Anyway, y'all. Oh my gosh. So, check this out right here. Apparently, the 10th officer, I guess that's the one they was talking about. We were looking at those officers that were charged with Marcy at the Marcy Correctional Facility. That, remember they was talking about was an additional officer that is going to be charged. Apparently he was charged and went to court maybe 5 days ago or something like that. I've been off the grid, so but I've been trying to catch up, get back in the news cycle. So I'm going to put that on so we can look at that. I have the grand jury indictment supposed to be sealed. I have it, so but whatever. Um, but I'm gonna put that on. Let's look at this chunk. Oh, let me find his ass. Child, that is my song, honey. Let me tell you. And shout out to the twerkers, cause I wouldn't have been able to Shazam that song if I wasn't looking at one of them shows that glorify the twerking community. And I guess that's one of those twerking songs because that's actually a part of the title. So let me share my screen. Nobody loves you like I do. Mm-hmm. So,
All right. All right. This Carroll Manatee County Court is now in session. Jonathan Rockwell, Bauer presiding. Good to see you. Nicholas Kiefer.
Council, I'll note at the outset I have a number of media requests for audio, visual, and some photography. Any objections?
No, sir. No, Your Honor. Do not.
The board will permit the same. What's the matter with the people? I'm sorry?
You want to sit at the podium or there?
Yeah, right at the podium, and you can move the microphone up there, thank you. This is the matter of people against Nicholas Kiefer, indictment 25035 on for arraignment today. And Mr. Curley, I understand you're hearing of counsel to Attorney David Longaretta, who's been retained in this matter, is that correct?
It is, Judge.
All right, sir, that's your name, Nicholas Kiefer?
Yes, sir.
How old are you, Mr. Kiefer?
33.
Mr. Kiefer, you're here today because the grand jury of Oneida County returned an indictment against you. You do have to be arraigned upon that. Counsel, you may arraign.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people of the state of New York, by indictment number I-2025-035, the grand jury of the county of Oneida, by this indictment, accuses Nicholas Kiefer of the felony crime of murder in the second degree. Defense counsel, do you waive a further reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Your Honor, providing defense counsel a copy of this indictment as well as the people's standard pretrial notices, one of which is our intent to use statements allegedly made by the defendant. The people are also providing a disc with recorded statements from the defendant. Defense counsel, do you acknowledge receipt?
I do. I acknowledge receipt of those documents and the disc. I waive any further reading, Judge.
Thank you.
I plead not guilty on all charges.
Very good. A not guilty plea is entered on the defendant's behalf. It's the court's intention at this time, along with the other cases, to adjourn this matter to March 31st. It will be at 9:30 a.m. for a pretrial conference. Did either side want to be heard on the question of bail?
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to be heard.
Go right ahead.
Your Honor, the co-defendants in this case have previously had bail set at $100,000 cash, $250,000 bond, $1 million partially secured bond. The people believe that the defendant should have the same amount set on him, along with Mr. Anzalone, Kingsley, Farina, and Walrath and Gallagher. And we would ask that he provide the defense with his passport, and the defense allow the people in the court to be notified when that has been done.
Thank you. Mr. Curley, first of all, does your client have a passport?
He, not with him, Judge. He has one, and we'll see if it gets to the court.
It will be conditioned that he turn that in. Did you want to be heard on the topic of bail, Mr. Curley?
No, Judge, we're prepared to go forward on that basis. We have a bail bond in here.
Just 1 second. Court officer, you can pass that over to Mr. Curley, please. The court has considered the arguments of counsel here this morning, considered all of the statutory factors, and noting in particular that the defendant, if convicted of the top count, could face as much as 25 years to life in state prison. Bail is set in the following amounts. That is $100,000 cash, $250,000 insurance company bail bond, or $1 million partially secured surety bond with a minimum 10% deposit. With that, I understand our bondsman has some paperwork.
Would you like to have it signed, Your Honor, or would you like to see
Let me
it?
just take a quick look at what you got. Appearing before me now is Bondsman J. Bernardo. Mr. Bernardo, do you swear to the truth of the content of your bail undertaking an affidavit?
I do, Your Honor.
Take a signature, please. Mr. Kiefer, I have before me a proposed bail bond in the amount of $250,000. I understand you're asking to be released upon this. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand what your number one obligation is under this bond?
Yes.
What is that?
Yeah, my court dates.
Come back to court. Exactly right. So some things to understand. First of all, you do have a right to be present at all stages of the proceedings in your case. If for some reason you did not come back to court as required, then a warrant would be issued for your arrest. The bail posted by way of this bond that would be forfeited and lost, and you would then face a new felony charge that's known as bail jumping. And your case could proceed in your absence. That means you could be tried in your absence, and if you were convicted, sentenced in your absence as well. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I've received now a document entitled Parker Warning, which outlines in writing the same warnings that I just gave you. Can you confirm for me that you signed this document here in court after you reviewed it with your attorney today?
Yes, sir.
For this signing and approving bail bond. Mr. Kiefer, you will be back in this court on March 31st at 9:30 a.m. for a pretrial conference. Keep in touch with your attorney. In the meantime, that passport is to be turned in promptly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's all set.
Stated, Judge, thank you.
Thank you.
Jared, just a quick question.
Yep, we putting all them on the record, baby. We putting all these little faces on the record, okay? Yes, we are. Now, check this out. Where is my share? Now, I want to share something. Now, if I'm crazy, let me know. This says that, because I don't know if I should be doing this. This says on February 24, Oneida County Court Judge unsealed an indictment returned by a special impaneled grand jury, right, for these people. Okay. Right? You see that, right? And that was on the 24th. Because I want to share this, but I don't want no shit. You know, y'all quick to call the cops. And I'm going to share this. Okay. Now that top line said I modified that file for that indictment on the 23rd. Okay. Now I'm not sure if I'm supposed to have this indictment or not. and the 23rd was a long time ago, but I got it. And we gonna talk about it. I'm gonna put it up. So don't call the goddamn people. Cause I just don't like talking about no cat. I mean, of course, I'm just joking with you. I know that, hey, I'm anti shit. I can get any goddamn thing. And, you know, I do have those digits to call in and get the indictment, right? But anyway, that was a grand jury one. So let me put that up. Y'all can call all you want to, baby. I got it legit fair and square, sweetie. It's fair and square. So you can call them all you want to. Bye. There you go. And you see all those other little files at the top. How about all those relate to puppy? I ain't lying to you. We're gonna talk about some foolishness tonight. And I really, kind of miss talking to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Um, I got to find something to do to blow this time away. This is crazy. I don't see how y'all do it. And again, I know I always say this. I hate them bubbly ass people that come in that office before 10 o'clock. Them drove by that goddamn Starbucks with the line wrapped around the building, coming on, but get money, get money, get money to you. Get money. Shut up. Hey, let me tell you, baby, because I told y'all, right, I used to burn the streets up, right? Just like, I burned the streets up for so long, right? But I told you at one point, I was out 7 days, okay? 7 days. I would have to be to work like at 8 o'clock. Mind you, thank God the club or whatever closes at 2 or whatever we doing it. At least we out by 2, home by 3, right? I would be at work with stars in my eyes, hair half combed and whatever. And then, I've always been in a relationship or something. So just in case, I know this is TMI, that night before I got to jump up and down on it. Yeah, somebody, I don't know how to fix no hair, nothing. And when you be in between those your beauty appointments, your hair just look here. Where you got to get the little black gel and see if you can get in it, do the ponytail, make it, girl, look here. Honey, I used to be so sleepy and tired. Woo-woo. Baby, I used to be so damn sleepy and tired. I don't see how y'all do this. But shout out to y'all that do this morning stuff. And then what kills me on the weekend, your ass is getting up too like you going around. Like, I mean, sun out in your eyes. I'm like, oh my gosh. I like nighttime. I like, but this particular school requires me to punch in as if I am hitting the time clock. Yeah, that's how they want to make sure that you are servicing their students, honey. At all the that the time is um matches, uh what they require us to be present for. That's crazy. And honey, I fell out when that I shared the dude that I think he got laid off from the IRS or something, and he said that he knew something was wrong when he couldn't log into the Teams, right? He said, oh, he had a feeling that he was on the firing list. Let me tell you something, and I don't know about y'all, but are y'all one of the ones that if y'all computer is down at work, you running around telling somebody, calling IT and all that bullshit or whatever? That's not me. Uh-uh. If I'm the first one to notice the computer don't work, I ain't saying shit. First of all, I'm always on one of them jobs where really I can do about um, probably about 3 hours, and I'm probably done with the whole day, to be honest. And I'm at Walmart for 2 hours and all that type of shit, whatever. And especially when because I'm usually like always either dealing with something legal, right? I always keep like at least two jobs, right? One is always have something to do with the law, and then the other one is whatever, right? But that main one, baby, about 2 or 3 hours, baby, I'm done. I am done. And this one girl, Erica, it was so funny when I was dealing with FEMA. She said, I want to be in your department because I swear for God, you don't do no work. And I do work, right? But I get there about 9:30 or something like that. And I'm done by like 11:30 something like that. So that's right around time for lunch. I'm going to Walmart or to the avenues, whatever, shopping or whatever, about 2 hours. Then I come on back because there's another, probably rush of work, or um, I'm probably assisting some other department or something like that, right? So I don't just sit up there and just do nothing. But for my work, I'm usually done by 2 or 3 hours, and that's probably just about every it's about every job. And oh my gosh, boy, let me tell you something. I love like when OJ Simpson was on trial and shit. Let me tell you something. I was going home every day to watch the trial. Uh-huh. I was going home every day to watch the damn trial. I get to work early enough, go home every day to watch the trial. And that's why I can tell you, I know who paid what a girl name is Tiffany Trump's claim when she was born. Yeah, tell you some information, child. Yeah. hmm I would go home just because that's California time, right? So man, I'll be done. So, but anyway, this is the indictment, and I can't see, so I got the light on, and I'm gonna turn this way. Go this over here. Okay, so let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so those 10 indictment numbers for, I guess, the 10, I guess, I mean, I know the 10 people who were indicted, right? And let's see what the grand jury got them for. Okay, it says Nicholas, David, Anthony, Christopher, Matthew, and maybe that's that Nicholas guy. No, the other Nicholas guy that was just in court. His name was a little long. Well, it got to be him. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, so it's got to be him. The other Nicholas that was in court today. All right, so he was indicted. They were indicted of the felony crime of murder in the second degree, criminal liability for conduct of another in violation of section 125.25 to 20.00. Did I already go over there? Maybe not. So I think I did. No, I didn't. It says that on or about the 9th day of December of 2024 in the town of Marcy, In this county, that I can't see that. Okay. In this county, the defendants, acting in concert with each other and fellow corrections officers, and under circumstances evincing a depraved indifference to human life, recklessly engaged in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another person, and thereby caused the death of Robert Brooks, to wit. Robert Brooks was an incarcerated individual at the Mohawk Correctional Facility, and on the evening of Monday, December 9th, 2024, he was transferred to the Marcy Correctional Facility in Marcy, New York, following arrival at Marcy. Standard protocol is to take Mr. Brooks to the infirmary for a medical exam. While being transported and having been restrained, Mr. Brooks was assaulted on two occasions by defendants Nicholas An- Anzalone and co-defendant Christopher Warren, and that dude that was in court today, Nicholas. Upon arrival in the emergency room of the infirmary, Mr. Brooks was at various times restrained, beaten, choked, gagged, forcibly moved and kicked, and with minimal resistance on the part of Mr. Brooks, and with no legitimate law enforcement purpose. These beatings and other assaults were perpetrated by defendants while acting in concert with each other. In addition to the beatings, defendants in addition to the beatings, defendants with depraved indifference did nothing to restrain each other, did nothing to stop the beatings, and failed to immediately order medical assistance for Mr. Brooks. As a result of the beatings, Mr. Brooks suffered injuries to his head, neck, hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, torso, liver, spleen, and testicles, oh Lord, as well as having his air passages restricted and choking on his own blood, thereby resulting in his death. Wow, that's crazy. Excuse me. Let me look this way, see if I can see this better. Okay. Okay. And the aforesaid grand jury, by this indictment, further accuses Nicholas An- Anzalone, David Kingsley, Anthony Farina, Christopher Walworth, Matthew Gallagher, and Nicholas of the felony crime of manslaughter in the first degree. Whoa. Criminal liability for conduct of another in violation of Section 125.21, 20.00 of the Penal Law of State of New York, and committed as follows. So they got manslaughter in first degree, and second degree, and murder in the second degree. Okay. That on and about the 9th day of December of 2024 in the town of Marcy in this country. Is that country or county? County, I'm sorry. The defendants acting in concert with each other and corrections officers, intending to cause serious physical injury to another person, caused the death of such person, to wit, defendants participated in the multiple beatings of incarcerated individual Robert Brooks, which resulted in his death. Third count, and the aforesaid grand jury, by this indictment, further accuses Matthew and the guy that was in court, Nicholas, of the violent felony crime of gang assault in the second degree. Well, now they might not. Well, they may be able to prove this, depending on if they can describe what a gang means in the law. Okay, that's the same thing as when you have to explain depraved heart. right? Now, I do believe that they have enough to sufficiently prove those things because as you hear the prosecutor when he spoke at the press conference, by the way he was speaking, I can tell that they have the evidence to prove it. It's that can you communicate this to a jury, right? Can you explain what the brave heart means? Okay. Um, and can you explain what a gang in the eyes of the law is defined as? If so, then yeah, I mean, but he seemed quite confident, right? Um, and again, they was confident with O.J. Simpson case, but you see how that went. Of course, again, picking a jury is very, 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 very important. Okay, that's when you win and lose your case dealing with picking that damn jury. The third count, and the aforesaid grand jury. I should already read that. Okay, so it says that on and about the ninth day of December of 2024 in the town of Marcy in this county, the defendants intending to cause physical injury to another person and aided by two or more other persons. Okay, so this is the definition of what they're calling a gang. Um, Two or more other persons actually present cause serious physical injury to such person, to wit, intending to cause physical injury to incarcerated individual Robert Brooks and acting in concert with and aided by co-defendants Nicholas, David, Anthony, and Christopher, who were actually defendants present, defendants Matthew and Nicholas caused serious physical injury to Robert Brooks. Okay. Now, could they have left this charge off? Probably. But this tells me that they're probably trying to get as much time as possible, right? Because I'm pretty sure if they run everything, if they are found, to be guilty, they run everything concurrently, you know, if they get found guilty of that third count, it's gonna all, be, served out as in, like maybe under 25 years to life or whatever. So, and the fourth count and the aforesaid grand jury by this indictment further accuses Michael Marshall of the felony crime of manslaughter in the second degree, criminal liability for conduct of another in violation of Section 125.15120.00 of the Penal Law of the State of New York, committed as follows: that on and about the ninth day of December of 2024 in the town of Marcy in this county, the defendant recklessly caused the death of Robert Brooks, to wit, defendant for a significant period of time during the beating of Robert Brooks was the ranking corrections officer in the infirmary emergency room. Oh, okay. So he getting charged because he was in charge. Okay. Being aware of the risk that the beating by other corrections officers could result in the death of Robert Brooks and having a duty to intervene, defendant did not order the beatings to cease and delayed ordering timely medical assistance for the deceased, Robert Brooks, until it was too late to save him. Mm. Fifth count, and the aforesaid grand jury by this indictment for further accuses Michael Fisher of the felony crime of manslaughter in the second degree, criminal liability for conduct of another in violation of Section 125.15120.00 of the Penal Law of the State of New York, committed as follows: that on and about the ninth day of December of 2024 in the town of Marcy in this county, The defendant recklessly caused the death of Robert Brooks, to which defendant was present in the infirmary emergency room and the emergency room doorway during significant periods of time during the beating of Robert Brooks, and defendant had a clear line of sight to see and hear the beating. Being aware of the risk that the beating by another corrections officer could result in the death of Robert Brooks and having a duty to intervene, defendant did not in any way attempt to stop the beating and did not in any way attempt to shield Robert Brooks from the onslaught. 6 count. And the aforesaid grand jury, by the indictment, further accuses David Walters of the felony crime of manslaughter in the second degree, criminal liability for conduct of another in violation of Section 125.15120.00 of the Penal Law of the State of New York, committed as follows: that on or about the 9th day of December 2024 in the town of Marcy and in this county, the defendant recklessly caused the death of Robert Brooks, to which defendant was present in the infirmary and in the emergency room and had a clear opportunity to witness the beating of Robert Brooks and was aware of the risk that the beating by other corrections officers would result in the death of Robert Brooks. Having a duty to intervene, defendant did not in any way attempt to stop the beating and did not in any way attempt to shield Robert Brooks from the onslaught. In addition, while an infirmary nurse attempted to enter the emergency room to attend to Mr. Brooks, the defendant verbally instructed the nurse not to enter the emergency room. Oh, oh, oh. Y'all heard that? Oh, uh-uh. So, you know, well, I know that this information, they got some people cooperating. Remember, he said he had 3 people cutting the deal and he expect 3 others? Yeah, they singing like a bird, baby. They's telling. They are telling. That man real confident about his case. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I like the way this is going. They need to get all their asses. That is crazy. Instructed the lady not to come in. That's like, I mean, I don't know what the first degree murder penal code reads in New York, but shit. Mhm. Maybe they, well, you know what? Maybe they think that they probably played it safe by going by second and third because remember, like when it comes to sentencing, you have all those enhancements, right? That they can ask for. So, um, this is the grand jury indictment, right? I don't know how New York indictment is going to look. I don't know how much information it will have on there, and if these penal codes will still be the same. Well, it'll probably be the same, but if they, I don't know if they will have like additional information or whatever. I'm not sure, but depending on how if they use the same penal codes or whatever, they if the special circumstances isn't already written in the penal code, they could ask for like special circumstances during the in like towards enhancements and things of that nature to get extra time to bump them up on the sentencing guidelines, whatever, for New York. So So it's quite possible that they could receive like the same time as someone being sentenced for first degree murder. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, the seventh count. And the aforesaid grand jury, by this indictment, further accuses Nicholas Anzalone and that other Nicholas of the felony crime of offering a false instrument for filing in the first degree in violation of Section 175.351 of the Penal Law of the State of New York, committed as follows: that on about the ninth day of December of 2024 in the town of Marcy in this county, the defendants, knowing that a written instrument contains a false statement or false information and with intent to defraud the state or any political subdivision or public authority, he offers or presents it to a public office, public servant, or public authority with the knowledge or belief that it would be filed with, registered, or recorded in or otherwise become a part of the record of such public office, public servant, or public authority, to wit, both defendants participated in the beaten death of Robert Brooks at the Marcy Correctional Facility. When use of force against an incarcerated individual is used, correctional officers are required by the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision rules and regulations to fill out Form 2104A detailing the circumstances surrounding the use of force. Both defendants, in their use of force reports, falsely stated that prior to entering the emergency room of the infirmary, all force ceased, began, wait a minute, stated that prior to entering the emergency room of the infirmary, all force ceased being used against Robert Brooks. This was a demonstrably false statement made before the defendants were aware that their actions were being recorded and with the intent to thwart any DOCCS investigations into the beaten death of Robert Brooks and with the intent of falsely minimizing their own misconduct. Now, I don't know how they're going to get up out of this. I don't know. The eighth count. And the aforesaid grand jury, by this indictment, further accuses Nicholas Gentile of the felony crime of tampering with physical evidence in violation of Section 215.42 of the Penal Law of the State of New York, committed as follows: that on and about the ninth day of December of 2024 in the town of Marcy in this county, the defendant Nicholas Gentile, believing that certain physical evidence was about to be produced or used in an official proceeding or a prospective official proceeding, and intending to prevent such production or use, suppressed it by an act of concealment, alteration, or destruction, to wit, knowing an assault had taken place on incarcerated individual Robert Brooks, and aware that such assault was likely unauthorized use of force by his fellow corrections officers. Defendant cleaned the area of Robert Brooks' blood stains in an effort to conceal the existence of said assault. Child Shibuki, Child Shibuki, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. They got to cover up. Listen, this right here is damn near a perfect case. You got the act recorded. You got people trying to conceal it. You got a man telling the nurse she can't come in there and render aid. You got people snitching. All you got to do is pick the right jury, straight up and down. Now, I hope they don't, sit up there and try to feel pressure that they got to pick a damn near all white jury and all of that. You can do 6 and 6. I'm pretty sure the blacks in there go to war. Like, this is crazy. Man, I can't wait to read the damn indictment, the real indictment. This is crazy. Mm. So, listen, y'all. Now, I don't mean to follow that up by what I want to call comic relief when it comes to Buffy. But something got to be done about this foolishness, right? And again, y'all know I am about the papers. I don't like talking about cases and matters and situations and stuff like that without the full fact, right? So if there is a case, I like that paperwork. I mean, I'll be going crazy trying to find it, trying to get it. And then you have places like Las Vegas, which is the worst place to try to find any. Las Vegas and California. New York is one, but I got New York covered. But California and Las Vegas, they have different divisions. You don't, when you hear it reported, they oftentimes don't tell you what division it was. They may say the county, okay, but that county may have like 3 or 4 different courts, right? And you got to figure out. I'm talking about that handle cases within the county, right? So it could be Superior, it could be the actual case, it could be all over the place, right? And it's not like their computers tie in, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you call in one area and they were like, oh, ma'am, this is handled in this office. It don't work that way. So you got to dig. And by these being celebrities, most people, celebrities stay where? California, New York, right? So, yeah, when they say it's a federal case, you got that on lock. When it's filed in this, in the county, city, city and state, uh-uh. I be child. I be using my credentials. I be using the other people's credentials. Everybody, look, I need this paperwork, right? So, um, Atlanta is kind of bad too. Georgia's kind of bad like that too. But I'm a little bit more familiar with Georgia, so I kind of know, you know, where to go, whatever. Just based on um, the information about the case. But it's hard to get those documents. But you kind of need the paperwork to go along with the story, if you know what I mean, right? Because if not, you tell a half-ass story, and you don't know what the hell is going on. So, but anyway, y'all, in the last week, I'll say since so the last week of February, um, Puff Daddy, Sean P. Diddy Combs, have been sued by everybody. Somebody's even suing his mom, Miss Janice. I think I told you about that. Yeah, but there were two filings, right, that came in, and I couldn't believe it when I read some of them. So I just read a couple lines. And I said, okay. Then what really made me go live, and then I saw that he had a bunch of filings in the state of New York, right? And shout out to the uh, information specialist, baby, that provides us with those filings from Puffy in the state. Yeah, because I'll probably be all over the place trying to find those. New York got a lot going on. But there's two that I want to read something from. I just couldn't believe when I saw it. To let you know. And I know Mo don't like you to call these people what they really are. What eventually people agree. The the therapists and the doctors agree with me that they crazy as hell. It is what it is. I call it like I see it. I don't play nice. But I just want you to listen to some of this. And this man don't have time for this type of shit. Okay? He don't have time for this. So this was a pro se that was filed by Yinka Absodia Adeshina. Okay? Hold on for a minute. Okay. Sorry about that. And it costs to file these claims, right? Each district is different. Each district is different, but nonetheless, it costs to file this stuff. So as you see, that's the name. This is, and it's against Sean P. Diddy Puppy Combs. And they said there's a citizenship there in Florida. They filed in the Southern District of New York, though. And I don't know if this is a joke or whatever, but this is the craziest shit ever that I'm going to put on the record. So let me enlarge it. So I'm going to go through these lawsuits as many as I feel I can kind of waste a lot of time to just look at the statement of facts, right? So this is a per se application, right? Petition that's being filed. And here are the facts. It says, state here briefly the facts that support your case. Describe what happened, how you were harmed, and what each defendant personally did or failed to do that harmed you. Attach additional pages if needed. Under the Gender Motivated Violence Act, GMVA, which closes on 2/28/25, I am filing a civil lawsuit of $80 million, okay, against Sean P. Diddy Puppy Combs, right? I mean, I don't understand why we can't get together and file one. You know? Shit. This is crazy. Listen to this. And this man don't have time for this shit. It says, Sean Combs' mother was my babysitter. Sean Combs stayed with his mother. He was a young adult when his mother was my babysitter. He would put his mouth to my vagina as if to drink out of it. So when I read that little part, I immediately started setting up a lie. And then while I was waiting, then I saw where this other guy hadn't been to court. So I said, okay, let me add that in. Because it was just really going to be a Sean Combs live. But yeah. You hear what I said? He would put his mouth to my vagina as if to drink out of it. He would lick me constantly when I was brought to his mother for babysitting. At first, he started by inserting his forefinger into my vagina. He persisted at this until my vagina was properly opened up to his probing. Then he would drink out of my vagina and lick my vagina. He eventually started to pry my vagina open with the tip of his penis. He would rub my vagina with the tip of his penis until he could get as much of his penis into my vagina as possible. Sean is bold. He would then invite his friends in groups to come and watch him having sex with me. He even allowed them to have sex with me. On a certain occasion, one of them brought a cylindrical pipe to the apartment and poured alcohol into my vagina through the pipe. Mr. Combs then proceeded to drink out of my vagina as he usually did, but this time it was filled with alcohol. Sean Combs was abusive, corrupt, and demonic. Mr. Combs diminished me. I do not feel respected in the community. He stole my self esteem from me and made me the laughing stock of the community and hence the whole country. He was supposed to be an adult to me, nurturing and caring for me, but he was not. He was only about his sexual gratification. He is not to be trusted. He is only after his carnal knowledge. I'm sorry, canal knowledge. Maybe it was supposed to put carnal knowledge, but it says canal knowledge, child. Always looking to get a quick sexual buzz. Mr. Combs is also a liar. On the internet, he claims his birth year is 1969. That is not correct. He is at least 12 years older. Did y'all hear what I just read? Like, huh? These people are crazy. This is the relief they're seeking. I'm requesting $80 million in US. I'm requesting 80 million US dollars for pain, suffering, and embarrassing me, and allowing Sean Combs' friends to hurt me sexually, immorally, and physically. I am requesting a written letter of apology for this misdeed, which he should read before the court and also send a copy to me. I am requesting his name be added to the sex predators list. Like, this is crazy. And they would come from live in Florida. This is crazy. Like, this man is on trial for his life. He ain't got no time for this shit. And it makes me wonder if these people are on those mushrooms. And listen, I've been watching these shows, right? Where it's a lot going on, right? And it's like it's normal to them. It's just like people taking mushrooms, people selling ass, people selling cocaine, um, stuff like that. It's normal to them. Like just to sit and talk about it, just like I'm talking to you. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, people are taking using these mushrooms. hmm And I've seen so many strip clubs on these shows with these strippers. But my question is, are there any strip clubs that have male and female in there at the same time? That's what I want to know. I've never gone to a strip club, so I don't know. But yeah, that fool said that puppy is drinking out of their vagina, and that he's actually 12 years older than the, so they're saying that he's born in 1957 instead of 1969, child. Crazy. Get my notes together. But yeah, I need to look up some information about the mushrooms because I'm trying to figure out how do people buy mushrooms? Like, do they make them? I mean, like, what about mushrooms to get high? hope them people don't knock on my damn door. Lord, I hope people don't knock on my door. I shouldn't have put that in. Is it magic mushrooms? Oh, yeah, it must be magic mushrooms. Like, where you get them from? And what they got to do with immigration? Magic mushrooms have more bugbears. They are very bad. That's really shrooms, just mushrooms, is a natural fungi contain controlled substance. They are a controlled substance. Okay. Schedule 1 substances. Oh, they got no schedule. Okay. Currently accepted medical use. Possession sales. Yeah, I'm sorry, wait a minute. The value of this there has been a recent studies psychedelics with favorable effects as well as media attention. I'm trying to figure out, like, I mean, do these people be buying it? Like where they get these mushrooms from? I'm telling you, they on the shows taking mushrooms. I ain't lying. You know me and my country ass. I'm thinking that the people you get, it's a mushroom that people put drugs on it. I don't know how to make them. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Where you buy it from? It's crazy. And wow, what's that drug like? Like they're worried about um meth and things of that nature. Like these mushrooms are really just. I mean, it's people taking. I don't get it. Like I mean, they got bags of them. All of them have 'em. I'm like, what? I'm like, I be so behind. I don't hang with people that do all that. I don't even know about do no smoking and all that type of. I don't hang with all them type of people. I really don't. Oh wait a minute. They say the magic mushrooms
Magic
can't.
mushrooms are still legal in nearly all of the United States. But if you're looking for a trip, it's not hard to find these products. And we aren't talking about drug dealers on the street. These products are available in smoke shops around the country, including in New York City. Here's one product we bought in Manhattan. Interestingly enough, these products aren't psilocybin. That's the substance, by the way, in magic mushrooms. Instead, they're made from a legal but still hallucinogenic mushroom, the amanita mushroom. It's not the first time these types of quasi-legal drugs have hit the streets. Consumers around the country can now buy slightly tweaked versions of cannabis, products like Delta 8 and HHC, even in states where having a joint will still land you in a jail cell. It's just the latest example of how public health policy has been impacted by entrepreneurs finding loopholes in our federal drug policy. Magic mushrooms are still illegal in.
Y'all heard that? So not here goes something else I got to add on my list. Okay, I already got to do figure out about all of that um IBF shit. I don't know why I'm still on that. Now I gotta figure out about these magic mushrooms. Like this is crazy. The shit I be adding to my brain. Yeah, like I'm telling you, they like doing them like, and they taking like people are trusting others to give them like a mushroom like that they don't without fear that they'll trip all the way out. And remember, the mushroom situation was the catalyst or whatever that broke out that whole Dwight Howard and Royce and all that situation and shit like that. Yeah, they like taking the mushrooms and just tripping. Like this, I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna get y'all the information though, as if y'all care. But yeah, that's crazy. I wonder did Puppy them do mushrooms? So the other nonsense I got was another one from a David Johnson. This is another pro se complaint. And they have they the legal basis for their complaint is for civil rights. And this is what and I mean David is suing hold on. David is suing Dan Wolf, Angela Campbell, Sean Combs, and Joy Kemp. Now I remember Joy Kemp name from one of his other filings, right? Let's see what he said. This is what David said. He says Don Wolf, Angela Campbell, and Joy Kemp drugged me and sex trafficked me using a fraud porno contract and never paid me around the time of August 2018. Sean Combs solicited them and had sex with me 3 times without ever getting verbal consent from me or me ever seeing him. Hmm? You heard I said. My bladder was in extreme pain, and when I went back to school, all of my peers called me P. Diddy and made fun of me. Angela Campbell has been hypnotizing me since I was very young. My mom, Joy Kemp, has been abusing me. Dan Wolf violating some, what is it? Syringe B roll at my school. I told Combs to stop. Yeah, yeah. So the first claim they have is sex trafficking. Second is rape or revenge porn. The third is physical abuse, sexual assault. They want 1 million US dollars, or they'll settle for 10 million. Like you can't make none of this up. Yeah. What? Now this man has more to deal with than people fucking around, playing games. And his attorney have to keep up with these filings, right? Even though they are nonsense and crazy as hell, right? The attorney has to keep up with them, right? Because you don't want to be, you know, hit with the default because you didn't keep up with the timely filing and answer when the court asks you to, right? Like, that's crazy. Crazy as hell. So let me see if this one is worth reading. This one is the one where his mom is getting sued, child. I may just put this one on. Did I already put this one on? Oh, hold on. Executive responsibilities. I want to know why someone sued. This dude is suing his mom. And he also has later filed a claim against Puffy, but I don't know if that was for sex or anything. But this dude, Kirk Burrowitz, and I think his attorney is Tyrone. Yeah, Tyrone back. Tyrone. Tyrone is back in the thing. Yeah, no. They were trying to put Tyrone up out of there. Remember, I think the judge had referred him for disciplinary actions because they said he be filing these type of polarizing lawsuits in an effort to smear someone's famous name and all that. Mhm. So they said it like his claims like merit or basis or whatever. Yeah. Now this one, this claim against his mom. And a lawyer and a few companies and John and Jane Doe's. When you see like 1 through 10 and all that, that usually mean that they're gonna come back and fill in the names later. So this is a lot of fundamental background about them. Let's see. Okay, factual background. So they got photos. So let's see. Let's do a little bit of factual background. So plaintiff co-founded BBE alongside defendant Janet Smalls and owned a 25% stake in the business. Plaintiff also served as the BBE's chief operating officer and general manager, handling operational and management responsibilities integral to the BBE success. Okay, I cannot see that. It says Janet Smalls co-founded BBE with plaintiff and relied heavily on plaintiff managerial expertise and financial resources to establish the company. Despite this, defendant Smalls, what is there? Renege. I'm sorry, on promises of equitable ownership and profit sharing, chosen instead to exploit plaintiff contributions for her financial enrichment. It says Kenneth Miselas, serving as legal counsel for BBE, played an instrumental role in facilitating the in the incorporation and operational structuring of the company. That's the plaintiff, and we got Kenna. Okay, now this is what he alleges that Kenna, uh, Me Salas, and Sean Combs engaged in criminal activity. In May 1996, Sean Combs and Kenna Esquire entered plaintiff's office. Sean Combs wielded a baseball bat and threatened plaintiff with physical violence, demanding that he sign over his 25% ownership interest and to BBE. Interest in and to BBE. Plaintiff feared for his life with tears streaming down his face, clearly unable to resist under the circumstances, involuntarily signed the documents relinquishing his 25% ownership interest in and to BBE. On this day, defendant Smalls was absent from the office. Her absence was not normal, as it was customary for her to be in the office daily. Defendant Smalls sat down the hall from plaintiff. Plaintiff and defendant Smalls would have strategy sessions, attend meetings together with other label executives, and plaintiff would provide her with the daily updates concerning artist travel, sample, clearance, budgeting, etc. After Kenneth Misalis Esquire and Sean Combs' criminal actions, plaintiff called defendant Smalls seeking guidance and assistance. She pretended she was unaware of Kenneth Misalis and Sean Combs' actions. Plaintiff recently learned that this was a lie. So this Kenneth Misalis Esquire and Sean Combs, they the one he said they the one came in the office with a bat or something, wielding something. Um and forced him to sign over his 25% stake in the company. That man was happy with his little job. You see him right there smiling. You know how Tyrone puts the pictures in him. Stop playing with Tyrone. Okay? Uh, let's see. The plaintiff ownership interest was transferred to defendant Smalls, which is Puppy's mom, resulting in her 100% control of the label. So I'm just skipping around just to get background information. What is BBE? Defendant Smalls contacts plaintiff for help creating a BBE documentary. What the hell is BBE? Bad Boy Entertainment. That's what that means. Hold on. Let me see if I'm right. I thought I saw a picture. Um, yep, Bad Boy Entertainment. Them, y'all. Okay. Let me see. it says that by 2001, Combs escalated his betrayal and financial sabotage, intentionally interfering with plaintiff business relationships and contracts to destroy his ability to generate income. So that's something that he can be compensated for. Oh, they got Mary J. Boy, they putting Mary J. name in every damn thing. Among the most egregious acts of misconduct, Sean Combs deliberately obstructed plaintiff's management contract with Mary J. Blige, an artist whom plaintiff rescued from financial collapse due to Combs' prior mismanagement and fraudulent financial dealings. Ooh, now you got Mary's information all in the streets. Lord have mercy. Oh, listen to this one. One of the most egregious examples of financial fraud involved Combs' obsession with Tupac Shakur. He attempted to mimic Tupac's style, purchasing Versace silk shirts and expensive accessories for himself while falsely expensing these purchases to Mary J. Blige's artist account. Child, no. Child Shibuki. Mary J., you hear this? Girl, I got the paperwork, girl. Sure, they just put Mary J. name all in stuff and that board and council power with her. That I mean, they just all trying to drive Mary J. back to the door. They trying to put her back on the door. They just having so much shit. This is terrible. This terrible. Got her name all up and through her. And Tyrone is a savage. He don't give a fuck. He put your mama name all up. He's on the boy mama. Tyrone is a little savage, baby. Stop playing. Okay. As plaintiff, as Mary J's business advisor, exposed and corrected these fraudulent transactions, renegotiated her contract, and successfully brought her out of the financial ruin. So I wonder, is this one of the reasons her and Puppy had a falling out? Didn't her and Puppy have a falling out? They were disconnected for a period of time. Oh. He said plaintiff was the architect behind Mary J. Blige's resurgence, securing one of her most commercially successful track, Family Affair, by negotiating a production deal with Dr. Dre. Oh, mm, mm. So it's a defendant Smalls contacts plaintiff for help creating a BBE documentary. As recently as 2020, defendant Smalls contacted plaintiff seeking his assistance in creating a historical documentary about the label. In exchange for his plaintiff agreed. Well, okay, you left out a word. In exchange for his must be assistance, comma. Plaintiff agreed and prepared a detailed production treatment, including records, photos, and other evidence from the label's history. I forgot what. Hold on, I forgot what is production treatment. I forgot what treatment they call it a treatment. I forgot what it is. Okay, it's an outline for the project. Okay, so it tells what it tells it lays out the whole vision and everything. That's what it is. Yeah, it's just like um it's just like outlining what you want in your videos and stuff like that. The artists, they usually do them like for videos. They write these treatments for their videos or um, album covers and things of that nature. So yeah, it's just pretty much outlining the whole, the project, whatever. If you're working on the album cover, if you're working on the album, if you're working on the video, or whatever, you just laying out your vision and what you want, how you want to bring it to life. That's the part that I have a problem with. I can tell you what I want. I just have a problem with communicating it and bringing it to life. So that's why I never changed my background because y'all know my background was something I did, the old one. Okay, so let me see. So there go the man that's suing her and her on a photo. Child, wearing that blonde hair, child. Mm, I mean, he got a lot in here. So it says in 1993, 25% of shares of BBE to the 2019 BB document manipulation. In 1993, plaintiff was formally granted 25 shares of BBE, constituting a 25% equity stake in the company. This ownership interest was a direct recognition of plaintiff's foundational role in the creation, development, and success. If I smooth back, success of BBE. However, despite this legally recognized stake, Sean Combs and Janet Smalls systematically deprived plaintiff of his rightful ownership and earnings, misleading him with repeated false promises of compensation and equity restoration. Mm. So it says constituting a 25% equity stake. Oh. Says discovery of the fraud. It said for several years, plaintiff has endured immense financial hardship, leading to homelessness and prolonged periods of living in shelters across New York City. Deprived of his rightful 25% ownership stake in BBE and his 15% share of the company profits, plaintiff was deliberately forced into financial ruin as a part of a coordinated effort to deprive him of legal recourse and investigative resources. Wow. Okay, so the first cause of action is fraudulent concealment. So they said fraudulent concealment as a basis for tolling. So apparently, he must be saying that um, he probably missed the timely filing a while ago or something because he just discovered that it was fraudulent, that it was some type of fraud. So it must be a recent discovery. So let's see if I'm right. I'm pretty sure I am, but let's see. Under New York law, the statute of limitations for fraud, okay, yeah, so that's what it is 6 years from the date of the fraudulent act or 2 years from discovery. However, when a defendant engages in fraudulent concealment to prevent a plaintiff from discovering the fraud, the statute of limitations is told. Okay. And I told y'all long before I had a channel in 2019 what told me. So, and told just is the stopping of any clock. Okay, because there's an imaginary clock that the court has, right, when it comes to time of filing and things of that nature. Right, anytime the clock is told means it's paused for a minute, but it has to be for good reasons, right? Late discovery is one. If either side um, ask for good reasons that the clock be paused for a moment or extended. Sometimes that's when you'll see in the paperwork when I read that uh, one side or the other is asking for leave to file a document or leave to do this, leave to do that, or whatever. You can ask for leave when the the when you're outside the timely filing. When it should have been 2 months ago when you just discovered something, or you know you may ask for leave to file that, or you may ask for leave. It also, well, most time leave is also asked for, like if you want to add additional documents, or just say the court has a strict 50-page limit brief and you want to do 75, you ask for leave to do that. So leave is just asking for something that the court doesn't normally allow. So yeah. Um. So what else? Let's see. So they're giving the precedent for tolling based on fraudulent concealment. He is real thorough um, with his shit, though. It kind of can seem to be a little overboard, but he is still trying to prove the basis for tolling. No. Okay, the second cause of action is fraud. The third cause of action is unjust enrichment, and that pretty much means that um, you can't benefit unjustifiably, if that makes sense. It has to be a deserved benefit, right? So when it's not deserved, then you know you're not supposed to be able to benefit. from whatever the deal is. So that's what unjust enrichment means. The fourth cause of action was deceptive business practices. The fifth cause of action was conversion. Let's see. All right, let's read about conversion. It says plaintiff held a clear, legally enforceable, invested 25% ownership interest in BBE, an equity stake that was earned through his foundational contributions, including his substantial financial investment, operational oversight, and strategic leadership. Plaintiff expertise, industry relationship, and executive management skills were integral to the formation, development, and expansion of the label. Okay. When I tell you Tyrone is going to get him some money out of one of these clients. The sixth cause of action was civil conspiracy. Oh, that sounds pretty good. It says defendant knowingly and intentionally conspired to commit fraud. Okay. Under the New York Penal Code, conversion and breach of fiduciary duty, devising a sophisticated scheme to deprive plaintiff of his 25% ownership stake in BBE and to exploit his financial investments, managerial expertise, and intellectual contributions for their own illicit gain. Woo. That's crazy. Okay. That's it for the mama. Child. But let me get to, because I saw one in him that he is someone, your boy, and I hope it ain't on no sex shit. See, okay, this is the one where he's suing P. Diddy directly. Let me blow this up. I definitely can't see that. And let me tell you something, this is so crazy. This is so crazy. Right. I'm struggling with seeing, right? A lot of the alphabets and shit are coming together. And I can't make out the damn words. And on top of that, I don't know if it's near or far sightedness or whatever. Like, I'm looking, I got a big old monitor I got up now that's way across the room. Then I got another computer on the side of it instead of the way it was set up before, right? Where I had the three. I had the two laptop, and then I had a older TV that I turned into a monitor, right? So, and I don't know if I'm just used to looking at. I was used to looking at that one because that one was 32 inches or something like that. And this monitor is 40, something 50, something like that. So I'm been to, now this is crazy, right? When the time before the last time I got glasses, I went to the damn doctor, eye doctor. I missed a lot of shit on the damn eye chart. and they said I was 20/40. Okay, I'm not sure how from, and the glasses they gave me at that point, they worked right. They didn't give me no two pairs like this last time, so I don't know what that type of shit was. But they gave me this one pair, and that damn doctor, this last doctor, act like she, she knows she need to put something in the corner to make them back. Well, I don't rock no shit like that. I mean, I'm cool, I can't be around here, with no, because what she was describing seemed like she was on some Urkel shit, and I can't do that. But the glasses that I had prior to these, and when I got these two pair, it was one set of glasses. I can read, or if I'm looking at something or whatever, and I didn't have to take them off because they didn't get blurry or whatever. I ain't had none of that going on. Why is it when I go back, when the lady gave me the two pair of glasses, how is it that my eyes improved and I didn't even wear them glasses regularly? I barely even wore them. How my eyes improved? And I was in there, I was struggling. Like, lady, something ain't right. So I'm going to go somewhere else. Something ain't right. Something is not right. And uh that's all I'm just telling you. Shit be like, I can't see. What up, not your average? What's happening? So, I don't want to get in here because it's the same dude, this Kurt Burrows that done sued the mama. He's suing. Oh, he's suing. He trying to sue. Let me see what the suit's about. Okay. Why are you suing this man? Child Shibuki. He is suing this man for some kind of sexual shit. Child Shibuki. And I don't know if this man is. Let me see if he used Tyrone for this one too. Yep, Tyrone. Listen, Tyrone is suing that boy, mama, and him. Listen to this. Okay, factual background. Upon information and belief, defendant Combs used his position of power to assert dominance over employees and business associates through sexual coercion and exhibitionism. Exhibitionism. Sorry. Okay. It says Combs regularly forced plaintiff into situations where he was made to witness Combs engaging in sexual acts with employees, interns, prospective artists, and third parties at the Bad Boy Entertainment office, reinforcing his control through humiliation and intimidation. On multiple occasions, Combs summons plaintiff through the company intercom system under false pretenses, only for plaintiff to walk in on Combs receiving oral sex or engaging in other lewd acts. Shut up. He says that upon information and belief, Combs orchestrated these encounters as a means of psychologically breaking down plaintiff resistance and establishing his submission. Combs frequently made inappropriate and sexually suggestive remarks about plaintiff's body, implying that compliance with his advances would secure career benefits. Oh, shut up. Plaintiff was coerced to stand in rooms while Combs engaged in sexual activities, with Combs insisting that such exposure was part of the culture of the entertainment industry and a requirement for success. Mm, I don't know about all of this. In 1995 to 1996, escalation to physical coercion and forced submission. During a business trip in 1995, Combs arranged a meeting at his hotel suite, but upon plaintiff's arrival, Combs was nude and demanded that plaintiff watch as he masturbated. Oh, shut up. Ooh, ooh. In late 1995, at Combs' Midtown apartment, Combs physically restrained plaintiff, preventing him from leaving by removing his keys, pinning him down onto a bed, and simulating intercourse until he ejaculated. Huh? Ooh. In the office, Combs frequently grabbed plaintiff inappropriately, his penis and anus, and would corner him in confined spaces while making sexually explicit comments about what he expected from the plaintiff. On one occasion, Combs asked plaintiff to hire more homosexual male interns and employees because he believed they would worship him. Combs succumbed to Combs' sexual advances and worked without ceasing. What? Mm-mm. For example, Combs requested that plaintiff gave him hand jobs, blow jobs, and to use objects on his anally. Shut up. Okay, here go to financial extortion and forced stock transfer. Then it says present and post termination harassment and blacklisting. It says confrontation and threats in Midtown Manhattan. So it says in 2019, physical assault and sexual groping. It says in 2019, plaintiff had the misfortune of encountering defendant Combs and his mother, Janet Smalls, at a birthday celebration for singer Diana Ross. I hope that ain't the one where your boy Presley Daniels for his $1 million, Dame Dash. Remember, as she saw him reach out and touch somebody's hand, Dame Dash was all in that woman's face. I mean, that man's face, pressing him for that $1 million. It says plaintiff was invited to the party by a friend who is a mid-level executive at Universal Music Group. And that's them at the party. That's Puff and his mama. Okay, it's a Sean Combs history of propensity for violence. That's just talking about. It's saying Puffy did something to this guy Miguel in this white coat. Wait a minute. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. It says in about 1996, Sean Combs had a strong disagreement with his friend Miguel. Miguel was found dead in his office in 1996. Do you hear me? Now you know Puffy has a long list of people dead or just running into some kind of financial misfortune or other misfortune. You know, I ain't never heard nothing about no Miguel. Well, Kirk is telling it all, baby. Kirk is spilling the tea. Who is Miguel? So y'all can add Miguel to the list. Shit. We ain't know nothing about no Miguel. Lord have mercy. At the time, Miguel was a rising star in the fashion industry and was fielding opportunities from many celebrities and major fashion houses at the time. 3 years prior to Miguel's disappearance, upon information and belief, Combe orchestrated an assault against members of the R&B group Jodeci. Well, what that got to do with it? Oh, they trying to make a timeline of his violent history, alleged violent history. Ooh. Mm. It talks about Sean Combs' role in escalating the East Coast West Coast rivalry in connection to Tupac Shakur shooting. Mm. Oh, they talking about Keefer D and all of that. This is information that y'all already know about $1 million that Keefer D was expecting for the alleged assassination of Tupac. Um, they're saying that Combs allegedly paid the $1 million to Curry, who did not deliver it. The $1 million to, and here's something, right? Oh my gosh, y'all. Now, this is, you know, we keep waiting for Puppy's indictment to be superseded, right? Again, because right now it's just on S1. Remember, I told y'all how to identify superseding indictments and how many times it has been superseded. You have to go back through. I'm live if anybody want to know. But anyway, I told you how to do that, right? So check this out right here. if the government can put together that, let me see, okay, let me see, do they have a reason to go through Puffy's financials with his current indictment? Because I keep forgetting what he's. I know it's a bunch of sexual stuff, but I don't know if he has any conspiracy involving payment to somebody, whatever. But anyway, if they comb through his financials, right, and at that period of time, if they can find out like that $1 million went from him to whoever this dude is that was supposed to be able to keep the deal or whatever, if they can find some connection like that around that time that they said it was supposed to be, that, baby, it's gonna be some smoke in the city. You hear me? If they can find any kind of connection. So what I'm thinking is maybe they haven't found that kind of connection. I don't know if he personally had anything to do with Tupac's death, because it just seemed more plausible that that dude Orlando did it. But then you have to think about it. How lucky would you have to be to see Tupac and them in traffic, so happen, and you got the gun on you, and that don't seem like, it would seem like that they were being followed, and they had to get over in traffic, or they had to be in traffic, or had to get themselves positioned in traffic to be able to slide up on them. You know, I mean, it could have happened. This at a spare of the moment. Oh, that go Tupac. Let's try to get over. And but they said they were in a. They had other cars following them or whatever. So I don't know. Shit. Because if it was a conspiracy, like a planned assassination, then that more likely somebody would have to be trailing you and following you, right? But if it's all of a sudden thing, we do know, street people roll with them things on them, and there could have been, Tupac's unlucky night that the dude that he just beat up. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. And I said Sean Combs' exploitation, control, and betrayal of Christopher Biggie Smalls Wallace. You got information about that in there. Mm. I tell you, Tyrone be all in the wrong business. This is dangerous business, Tyrone. And your little lawyer ass gonna be running through the parking lot like Denzel and that, what her name is, and like in Pelican Brief. Y'all know I'm old. I'm talking about Pelican Brief. They Stay in your lawyer position, baby. Don't be all in this some type this street business, this street politics. Shit. You can file your claim without all of that. Shit. God damn. Stay in your place. Oh, he got even got Yvonne in him. Y'all listen to this. Let me move this up. Okay. Now what is this? Okay. Okay. Early morning on March 9, 1997, Christopher Watts was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting in Los Angeles. Sean Combs was in the car ahead and was unscathed. According to plaintiff Daily Journal entry, following Wallace's avoidable murder, Sean Combs did not wait for Wallace's body to get cold before he hightailed it out of Los Angeles. Thinking only of himself, he did not even have the decency to wait for Mr. Wallace's grieving mother to arrive as she was still en route on a 8 a.m. flight from John F. Kennedy Airport in New York to see her deceased son. Sean Combs contacted longtime fixer Clarence Avant. Lord, I'm talking about I'm finna put Avant to sing in this shit. Y'all hear me? With my ignorant ass. Longtime fixer Clarence Avant, a powerful industry executive with deep connections, including within law enforcement. Avant used his influence with the LAPD police captain to facilitate Combs' discreet escape from Los Angeles. Ooh, it's a paper on him. This is why you got to have all the pieces to the story when you're trying to tell the story, child. You got to do your research. You got to make sure what you say is outright the first time. Okay? What is this about? Let's see what this say, y'all. We know that. Okay, it says 8 a.m. flight from TWA Miss Wallace, Sunday, March 9th, 1997. Clarence Avant, Regency Hotel. What is that? Park Avenue at 61st Street. Police Department head, Serena. Oh, somebody named Serena. Phone number 201-253-1457. Who number is that? Y'all call it. Call it. Hit star 67 and call it. Then it says Michelle Mina. I don't know what that word is, but I can't make that out. Something. It says Bobby. Is it Linda Hall, Kim, Summerson, Aftermath, pictures, Aftermath. Ain't that Dr. Dre? I don't know. No, don't let me connect them. There's some numbers here. What is that? Looks like I don't know what that is. Oh, I don't know, but that's some other Shabar. I am all up on the computer. I gotta do something about my eyes. I'm serious. This is ridiculous. Hold on. Shabar. Who is this right here? Leon. Panama. Merle McCluffy, somebody, NYC. Oh, Charles Richardson. Cheryl Lee. what the fuck is this? Combs was reportedly transported to a private airport via the trunk of a police cruiser, allowing him to leave the city undetected as as local, damn I can't see, local gangs searched downtown Los Angeles for him. Plaintiff was left to organize his own travel back to New York and was responsible for orchestrating the travel arrangements for the remainder of the Bad Boy Entertainment staff. Well, what is this note supposed to? Is that his? It's something on the back of it too. The back of the paper. We don't have the back. They didn't give us the back. Child Shabuki. Maybe that's his notes. Says the week after Christopher Wallace's murder, Sean Combs launched a public campaign displaying false performative grief over the loss of his best friend. He made grandiose statements about honoring Wallace's legacy and promised to spare no expense in giving him a funeral fit for a king. However, behind the scenes, Combs and his lawyer Kenneth Marsalis forced plaintiff to turn over Wallace's last contract, which had been negotiated to give Wallace greater financial independence. Combs then instructed plaintiff to alter the agreement, awarding himself 100% interest in Wallace's work. Ah, what? Plaintiff refused to comply but was forced to hand over the original documents to Marsalis. When the contract was returned, the only parts that remained unchanged were the cover page and signature page. The body of the agreement had been entirely rewritten. If that wasn't bad enough, Combs charged Christopher Wallace's artist expense account for the full cost of his funeral, completely reneging on his public statements of generosity. Mm. Rather than covering the funeral expenses as promised, Combs ensured that Wallace's estate bore the financial burden. Now, if I'm not mistaken, didn't we hear something about this funeral and stuff like that? And Puffy didn't do what he said he was supposed to do. All all of Sean Combs' depraved post-mortem attacks against Mr. Wallace's rights and assets ensured that the late Willetta Wallace and Christopher Wallace's children were robbed of the full value of their inheritance, depriving them of the financial security that Wallace had worked to secure for his family. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. The first cause of action is GBMA. I don't think that's supposed to be there. Mm. Now, let me see if in here do they will they provide any proof of this shit. That's not coming up. Mm, 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 mm. Oh Lord, honey. Let me see if I can get all these John Doe's together. That's the name. That's a Jane Doe. That's the name. I mean, all these men, like, what is going on, child? Jane Doe. As you can see, he got a lot going on. Why was this color thing coming up? I don't have time for that. I'm trying to do too much. Another John Doe. When I tell you, it's Janice again. Okay. I hope them I got clothes on them. I hope I did. Okay. Now, all right, let's let me go do some of these. Okay. All right, this is John Doe. This is John Doe. And he said that in around 2007, plaintiff was recognized as one of the premier entertainers in the Las Vegas adult entertainment scene. Plaintiff worked with multiple adult entertainment agencies and received his professional engagements through these agencies. As a popular and frequently sought out entertainer, plaintiff maintained high professionalism. Both plaintiff and the clients operated under pseudonyms such that plaintiff did not know the identity of the person he was meeting until he arrived at the engagement and met the client. Okay, so it says, in or around 2007, plaintiff was booked through one of his agencies to perform a strip show in a hotel room in Las Vegas. In accordance with standard procedures, plaintiff did not know who he was meeting until he arrived. On this occasion, the client was Combs. He says when the plaintiff arrived, Combs conducted a full body pat down. Says plaintiff um, commenced his performance. See them M's and all that together, and with the N and all that. I can't make that up. Commenced his performance with which consisted of dancing and stripping. When the performance concluded, Combs paid plaintiff $1,500. Oh, that's all he gave him. Damn, he cheap. In the following months, Combs booked plaintiff for at least 2 additional engagements in Las Vegas through plaintiff agencies. As was the standard procedure, the client's name was not revealed ahead of time, and plaintiff did not know that he would be meeting Combs until he arrived at the hotel room. Each time Combs was present in the room with a different woman. Ah. It says one of these occasions engagements through plaintiff agencies, Combs offered plaintiff beverages which plaintiff consumed. Combs also asked plaintiff to apply baby oil to plaintiff skin during the performances, which plaintiff did. After applying baby oil, plaintiff became unusually sleepy, disorientated, confused, exhausted, drowsy, weak, confused, sluggish, numb, and alarmed by the sensation of being trapped in his own body. Plaintiff felt a heavy sensation behind his eyes and felt that moving his body became more difficult and exhausting. It says while plaintiff was in this disorientated state, Combs instructed him to perform acts that were outside the scope of the agreed upon performance and limitations set by plaintiff and his agency. Combs instructed plaintiff to engage in acts such as masturbating while Combs and the woman engaged in sexual intercourse. Plaintiff left in an incapacitated state after applying the baby oil to his skin, found himself mentally and physically unable to resist or express his discomfort, leading to his unwilling compliance with Combs' demand. Once the intoxicating effects of the substances had subsided, plaintiff felt a deep sense of humiliation and shame for being coerced into such acts. Mhm. Combs recruited plaintiff to work for him directly by promising to launch plaintiff's music career. Oh, on or around the third time that Combs booked plaintiff through an agency, Combs asked plaintiff to stop working with his agencies and to work directly for Combs instead. Plaintiff responded that he was experiencing financial difficulties and could not afford to stop working for the agencies. Plaintiff explained that he earned his livelihood by working for his agencies as an adult entertainer, but that he hoped to become a musical artist. Upon learning that plaintiff was an aspiring musician, Combs offered to listen to plaintiff music and expressed a willingness to help him advance his music career. Combs made statements such as, I can make you a millionaire overnight and I can change your life in a second. Combs specified that he would give Plaintiff $1 million for each song Plaintiff wrote for him. Combs fraudulently used Plaintiff's musical aspirations along with intimidation and covert drugging to obtain Plaintiff compliance with Combs' sexual demands. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Maintaining the appearance of professional interest, Combs purchased airline tickets and hotel accommodation for plaintiffs through his record company, Bad Boy Records. Now, see, check this out right here. Now, there will be, there should be a trail of this. There should be records. Lord have mercy, because so far we only heard allegations and you know nothing that would connect, nothing that really connect Puffy to any kind of homosexual activity. So far, we heard the man in the, I mean, they've alleged it, but they didn't have nothing really saying that that can be traced. That them in my that I've read, and I mind you, I didn't haven't read them all because there's a lot of them. I got a lot of them. I got a lot of them. It's a lot. And it's just one of me, right? Listen, in this case, if he's purchasing airfare and hotels and shit for this dude, there would be some records. Now, when they started getting together, what it was 2007 or something? Yeah, 2007. Mm, shit, hell, to go way far back, it should be on microfilm or microfiche. You know I'm old. Some of y'all don't even know what that is. After Combs began to arrange their meetings directly rather than through plaintiff agencies, Combs' behavior shifted in the absence of an agency overseeing the transaction. When plaintiff arrived to Combs' location, which ranged from hotel rooms in various cities to Combs' properties in various states, Combs regularly conducted a full body pat down and confiscated plaintiff's phone when he arrived. Combs regularly had a firearm present either on his person or visible in the room. Plaintiff, aware that Combs had been involved in shootings and violent altercations in the past, felt deeply fearful of doing anything that could upset or anger Combs. And also, for the younger people that know how to do all these things on their phone, I've been hearing people be saying like they can, like y'all can set your location or like there's a way to track your location through the phone or something. You know, we got trackers, but I'm talking about the app that comes with your phone. See, all of these are things that can be used to prove whether or not these people actually have a connection to the puppy, or is this one of these little, you know, bullshit ass claims, right? Damn. Hold on. During the strip shows, there was usually a woman present with combs. On some occasions, other men and women were also present. Combs typically required plaintiff to get undressed and leave his clothes in another room. Combs then barricaded the participants inside the room where the strip show would take place by placing furniture and other objects in front of the door. I'm talking about the baby oil. Y'all, if that amount of baby oil was found, I doubt if it was for sexual, you know, cause like I don't know about nobody else, but I like that there's hoes, right? So hoes don't really care what's going up in their crevice, crevice. So maybe they do, but I know me personally. Then this is probably TMI, but I don't like, I just, if you don't use anything, just the Vaseline, okay? Maybe I shouldn't even say that. Maybe I shouldn't even tell her information like that. I'm just saying, you know, some of y'all out there, y'all busted wide open all the time, so y'all don't need nothing, you know. But, hell to the no, I don't, all that other applications and all that other stuff they got out there. I don't like all them type of chemicals. That's just me. I'm funny like that. I don't like all them kind of chemicals. So I'm thinking, but see, you can't think as what you prefer. But I'm thinking that all that oil, I don't think that oil was for no, you know, like not that amount of oil. And I'm pretty sure the government's probably exaggerating. But even if it's half that amount, right? That's a lot of goddamn baby oil. And he not having freak offs every day. That would require you need that much of goddamn baby oil. Who you in there? That's like a lot of baby oil for a lot of people. Like, my God. So, what I'm thinking is that probably was used for drugs. Now, oiling up them damn strippers and stuff. Like, my God. Mm-mm. I don't know about all this. No, but okay. When plaintiff was in his drowsy and confused state, Combs directed plaintiff to masturbate and to engage in sexual contact with other women present, which included touching the woman's breast and engaging in sexual intercourse with her. On some of these occasions, Combs placed his hand on the plaintiff's penis and stroked the plaintiff's penis. Oh, I can't even get it out. Ooh, child Shibuki. Y'all know I'm shy. I mean, you might not can tell, but I definitely won't say none of this in front of nobody. That is crazy. Oh my God. Is that plaintiff tried to communicate at the outset of the meeting that his performances was limited to stripping and dancing and that he was not willing to engage in sexual activity. Yet, if the plaintiff refused the beverage that Combs offered or hesitated to apply baby oil to his skin, Combs became enraged, screaming at plaintiff, throwing objects, and clenching his fist as if he was about to strike the plaintiff. Ooh, on several occasions, plaintiff found his penis involuntarily erect, even though he was not sexually aroused. On these occasions, plaintiff noticed that his heart was beating quickly and he felt faint. Plaintiff commented on what he was feeling, and Combs stated that he had put Viagra in plaintiff drink to make plaintiff able to sexually perform. Combs produced a bag of light blue pills and showed them to the plaintiff. Lord. I'm just trying to figure out, after this happened one time, did he go back? Because if he didn't, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be a whole bunch of words like intimidation and they needed to comply, they want to be blackballed, they were under the control and the spell of Puffy and whatever to explain why they kept coming back. On more than one occasion after awakening, plaintiff discovered that semen was seeping out of his anus. Oh God. Plaintiff believed that Combs had raped him, as Combs was the only other male on those occasions. On those occasions, Combs paid plaintiff a substantially larger sum of money. Jabu. Yeah, so he done been back. Combs recorded plaintiff engaging in sexual acts and threatened plaintiff as a means to exercise control over plaintiff. Control of plaintiff, I'm sorry. On one occasion, soon after Combs began arranging their meetings directly, plaintiff discovered a hidden camera in the room and became visibly agitated, distressed at the prospect of being recorded. Combs confirmed that he had previously recorded plaintiff engaging in sexual activity, that he maintained the videotapes, and that he would release the videos and ruin plaintiff's reputation if plaintiff did not comply with his demands. Combs made statements such as, "I can change your life in a second and make you a millionaire overnight, but I have means and ways of taking care of things." Ooh, ooh, ooh. Over the next several years, Combs and members of his team regularly reached out to plaintiff to set meetings. Sometimes days or weeks elapsed between meetings, while sometimes weeks and months would pass. Often, Combs' request to meet plaintiff coincided with Combs' appearance at major events such as performances, presentations, and award shows. If plaintiff ever declined to meet Combs, Combs then reached out to plaintiff directly, threatening him, making statements such as, "I can make you disappear, and things aren't going to get better for you," and threatening to release those videotapes of plaintiff. Deeply afraid and believing that Combs will follow through on his threats, plaintiff submitted to Combs' demands. Oh, told you. In addition to hiring plaintiff to perform for him, Combs also insisted plaintiff send Combs sexually explicit photos of plaintiff's penis. Afraid of the potential consequences of refusing, plaintiff replied, "Baby, now he should have the evidence of that, baby. Oh shit." In or around 2010, after years of Combs instilling fear in plaintiff, misleading plaintiff, and manipulating him with promises that never materialized, it finally became clear to plaintiff that Combs had no intention of supporting plaintiff's career. At this point, plaintiff realized that he needed to find a way to escape Combs' manipulation and abuse. During the next 2 years, Plaintiff made repeated attempts to distance himself from Combs. Each time they spoke on the phone, Plaintiff experienced intense anxiety, with his heart racing, yet Combs refused to accept no for an answer. Combs used threats to exert control, warning Plaintiff, "You are not loyal. Who are you going to tell about all of this? Don't forget, I have tapes of you." Plaintiff found himself trapped in an abusive cycle from which he felt he could not escape. Plaintiff's last encounter with Combs was in around November 2012, close to the time that Plaintiff got married. Huh? Plaintiff hoped that his marriage could serve as a boundary that Combs would respect, yet Combs continued to call persistently for months, pressuring Plaintiff to return. Since his last encounter with Combs, Plaintiff has experienced a strong and unrelenting desire to come forward about Combs' abuse, but was deterred by his fears that Combs would follow through with his threats to release the compromising videos of Plaintiff and irreparably harm Plaintiff's reputation. Worse, Plaintiff feared that Combs or his agents or company's representatives would take steps to seriously harm Plaintiff and his family, as Combs had repeatedly emphasized he was capable and willing to do. He gets in the cast and all of that. Ooh, ooh. Mm. Now I'm gonna see who did this lawsuit right here. Who did this one? See, I done something. Is this the one I was reading? I think it's the one. Okay, this one I was reading. Who did this one? Oh, this one's with Lisa Bloom, honey. This is the Lisa Bloom one. I don't know. Is there another one? Hold on for a minute, y'all. Okay. Yeah, this is Elisa Bloom. And you see them details in there? And you know her mama. Hmm. Y'all, do you think we finally got some kind of verification that, Puffy swinging? And listen, y'all, I've been watching them shows, right? Because I have to watch something that knocked me out. And I'm just, I be observing behavior and shit like that, right? So, a lot of, like, some of these guys that have those OnlyFans and all of that, a lot of these guys, they said that they call it gay for pay. And they said that they, some of them says that they aren't gay. However, that less than 1% of women buy porn, pay for porn, right? They said that's mainly men that pays for it. So they will do promo and go through agencies and advertisers and whatever that advertise to gay men. Okay? They said that, what someone said this, that they're not on the OnlyFans and on the Twitter doing anything with the man. However, when the advertising companies put out their footage and stuff like that, they're advertising to, you know, gay men and stuff. Okay, because it's a lot of exposure that be going on them shows, right? They be calling the guys gay and blah 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 blah. Whatever they be having on the fans and stuff. And the dude was explaining, that's how they make money. That's how they make the most money, and it makes sense, right? You know, I mean, shit. I don't, that's how they make their bag. Shit. Maybe they need to find something else to do. I don't know if causing you to, if you are straight, but your line of work have you represented something else. I don't know. But um, and so, and then you also have these guys that say that they love women, they love coochie and stuff like that. But sometimes, they have like to mix it up and get down with a dude. Then it's a lot I'm trying to figure out. Then you have the situation where it's two men with a woman. Some people thinking that's on Gay Street. Some people say it's not. I don't. I would kind of look at you kind of strange if you two guys in there with a woman. However, you've seen a whole bunch of shows or whatever where the people gang banging and running a train. That's called running a train. And back and this is what I'm saying. I personally don't, of course I don't let them run a train. But my thing is, I guess as long as the man ain't in there looking at the other man and shit, you know, why they running a train. Or chicks, oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I got it now. As long as like the man ain't the one man ain't behind the woman and the other man ain't doing as long as they taking turns, I think that'll keep you straight. But if the if both men are involved with the woman at the same time, I think I may have to look at you sideways, you know. And I'm not saying something wrong with being that's not what I'm saying. But if you maintain that you straight and then you involved in that type of activity, I think I might have to look at you sideways. May I tell you that you might have to rethink that because you know, like I don't know. Because my thing is, I mean, to me, then I have a dilemma. Because when you watching the porn, like what were you watching? If you watching a man and the woman, if you watching just the woman, like what the fuck? I don't know. This is a man question. I don't know. But I'm gonna get some more information, and then I'm gonna ask several of my friends. They're gonna be like, "Andy, what is going on? Why is you asking us?" Because I said we don't have quiet conversations like this. We don't. We just don't have. We just don't talk like that. You know. So I'm gonna have to get it from you know you people. Not y'all, but I'm gonna have to get it from them so they can tell me what exactly are y'all watching. I'm need to know the answers. You know I ain't gonna ask Ramon. Oh my God, that's gonna go into a whole philosophical, psychological, uh, 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 goddamn, back and forth. Oh my God, I'm gonna start screaming. Just answer the question. Oh my gosh. Oh, as sweet as he is, and as good as I know, I can't deal with that. He would get on my nerve. If he got on my nerve years ago, he would definitely get on my nerve today. I can't do the slowness. I can't do it. I'm gonna need you to be up with me. At least it's somewhere around me. I can't. I can't. I scream. I'll be screaming. I can't deal with it. I can't. Mm-mm. So that's I don't know what I've done, but okay. So that's that one. That was Lisa Bloom, child. I saw something in one of these. She is asking about a lot of stuff. And they know not to go to Lisa Bloom plan. I saw something here about quantum mirror as a cause of action. And that's right here. And that's, actually asking for payment for like for what a person is worth or whatever they, I guess maybe they work performed or their time or whatever, you know. And I didn't read it. Oh, okay, so here it is. They're saying like from approximately 2007 to 2012, on numerous occasions, plaintiff provided entertainment services to Combs well beyond the originally agreed upon hours, with the expectation of being compensated for all hours worked. Combs knowingly accepted the benefit of plaintiff extended performance and received value from Combs' services, included but not limited to plaintiff time, effort, and skill. It would be unjust to allow Combs to retain the benefit of plaintiff's additional services without full payment, as Combs has been unjustly enriched by plaintiff's expense. So he's asking to be paid for um, what he's worth, and he's saying like Combs also benefited, unjustly. So that's at least a Bloom claim, child. I was just like, oh, that. So I'll probably try to, watch that one. Yes, I am massaging my face. The last when I was in the car when I went to my cousin's. No, was that my cousin's funeral or was that Thanksgiving? Maybe Thanksgiving. Who done come in here? Hey, Queen Brielle. Okay, ma'am. Let me see. Let me see what you got for me. See, I gotta get all the good people. Come on, give me the information, girl. Let me see what this is. Okay. Girl, let me see. So is this the only site for like the whole state of New York? I do not pull them. Girl, I might have to make you one of them goddamn information specialists that we got over here. Cause baby, oh my gosh, honey. Oh, I sure appreciate the information. Cause well, look, New York, oh my gosh. Um, that's just a Supreme Court. Yeah, he has them filed. Hold on, let me tell you what all he has them filed. Cause see, these were sent to me. The one with the grand jury when I got that myself. Before that officer, them 10 officers, I got that myself. The indictment, but these were sent to me. So that's the southern, that's the district court. So that's fed, so I can get that. Um, this is the Supreme Court. What is this? Hold on, this is okay. Okay. So yeah, I'll make sure I keep that. I sure appreciate that information. But he got them all over the place, child. This is the Supreme Court. This one here is at the Supreme Court. This another John Doe. Let me see who filed this. Oh, this is Bugsby. Let me see what he said this man did to him. Oh, I gotta blow this up. I can't see that. The judge didn't approve Bugsby provide. Okay. Oh, so that's why. What up, Queenie? So that's why he's going through the state. That's why he's going through the state now. They approve his pro Prohibition. Yeah. Mm-mm. So what does New York? What does New York has? New York has the federal system, the state, supreme. Let me see. Court structure for New York. Sure. For New York. Okay, you got the trial courts, the appellate court, you got supreme. I thought this said superior. I think it's got supreme. Okay. Mm. Oh yeah, he's not approved in the Southern District yet. It's Prohibiche hasn't been approved. But that's crazy. I don't understand why he wouldn't have went ahead and did that prior to doing all this damn filing. But I see that on some of them he has other law offices um on a few of these filings that I have. He has other law offices on here. I don't know. Maybe trying to get around about that. I don't know, but still, he would still need to file, his own personal. Okay, cool. So with this one, let me see. Holmes business. I'm trying to find the claim. What is he claiming happened to him? Okay, Queen. Me too, child. He wearing this man out. And look at Bugsby now. You see, he talking about in July 2024, former adult film star Audrey English, who was employed by. Now, why is you? This is why his claims it be lacking merit. Now, everybody know that Audrey English girl ain't reliable. And I be saying that's that girl that be acting like a light skinned jaguar, right? Hey, that's her. I don't want to say the wrong girl. Hold on. Hold on, make sure. Yep, that's that crazy looking girl. That's a yeah. Audrey English is supposed to be the victim, and that Ariel Mitchell kid is the attorney. Well, was her attorney until she dropped her. But for Bugsby to include that in his filings, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Has he not instructed his clerk who's preparing this stuff to pursuing who talking about Ariel in that Courtney Burgess with Courtney? Yeah, Puff's sick of him. Puff is sick of him. Yeah, Ariel. And see, I gotta get all this together because I still ain't finished trying to figure this out. Like Ariel connection with Courtney and then that white guy and all this shit, like with the book that's really not a book and all this craziness. Like, I got time, mm-mm. And all that line they done ran around social media doing about what the feds called them in there for and all of that. And yet, nothing he has claimed has turned up in Puff's indictment. Nothing. You think so, Queenie? Terry Garagos. Yeah, yeah, Jay-Z attorney, man, he got with the program. He did. He surely did. He was on his neck. He ended up getting one of them claims getting that claim dropped. Thanks, and I said before it even happened, I said Jay-Z may end up helping Puff and with these civil claims with this man that with us we keep filing all that shit. Because if he can get him exposed, yeah, me too. Spiro was cussing all in the paperwork. So if he can get that man exposed, he went at him, baby. Because here's the thing, right? Because I even said it, and but with them lawyers being trained in litigation, whether it be civil or criminal or whatever, meaning they go into court to argue or whatever. I only did transaction. So I'm not going nowhere in no courtroom. But I even said it. I said with this amount of claims and how it's written, I don't feel like it's a factual basis, right? And I don't like to accuse no colleague or nothing like that, but I'm just saying, telling you what it is. And Spiro got right to work. He knew damn well that you ain't got no 150 people talking about, and all the claims factual, talking about Puffy did all of that. You don't have that, sir. Because it just don't flow like that. Yeah, that's why he's having a hard time getting admitted to the SNY. Probably he has some, what is that? Oh, shirt. He has shirts money on his neck, state and federal. About nine of them has been dismissed thus far. Oh, wow. He is filing them in SN. Okay, so y'all do have a superior court too. So you got superior, supreme. God damn. Right, right. That's what I'm saying. He trying to be slick, child. But Jay-Z got in his shit and exposed him. Jay-Z got into his shit, honey. That's how it's really. Bulldozers, yeah. some cases that in the federal and state, and those women are been getting tossed. Yeah, he is heir Adam attorney as well. Spiro, he is. What's that lady that got added to Puffy? Who that got added to Puffy? I thought Spiro. Wait a minute. No, give me a line. Garagos got added to Puffy, right? Who has Trump ties? Okay. You saw that Trump team was helping Spiro with Adams. Yeah, you know what? I got to understand that too. I got to understand what was the connection between Eric Adams staying in the job and how does that help Trump? It, like with immigration, I was supposed to find that out too. Trump think it's a witch hunt with who? Eric Adams? Let me see what you sent me. Well, I want to play this. Let me see. They don't speak about was shaken down. This is y'all talking New York talk. Let me figure out how to get this video going. Hold on one minute. Okay, YouTube. Oh, this is TMZ, so maybe I can watch it. Hold on. Okay. So, I want to hear about this, honey.
There's no minors here. There's no celebrity sex tapes. You can't just say these things about our client. We will fight back. Everybody thinks it's open season and it's not.
Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast. I am a flu recovering Harvey Levin.
Hey, I'm Mark Garrigus. It so far does not sound like Harvey Levin. I feel bad for you, Harvey.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm on the upswing.
Okay.
So we are going to bring in your daughter, who is an incredibly accomplished lawyer who is also representing Diddy. And I cannot wait to talk to her. Cannot wait.
Oh, talent skips a generation. She inherited it from my father, her grandfather, and her firm. They're really killing it. They're maybe a year old, and their two clients, in no particular order, are Diddy and a young man named Luigi, who seems to have quite a bit of support. You know who Luigi is?
That's the Mangione guy that I believe. Yes, I know.
The first thing I associated with.
So listen, I can't wait to talk to her. But before we do, I think we have to talk about the developments since we interviewed Eric and Lyle Menendez.
Well, there was a lot of people who listened to that podcast, obviously, and because it was the first time they've talked for a long time. And I think the universal takeaway that I got, at least, and by the way, if a client of mine does something that people don't like, trust me, I hear about it. But I almost universally had people telling me that they really was mind opening or awakening to them in terms of the depths of introspection and self-awareness and kind of remorse and things of that nature. I don't know if you agree. I haven't talked to you about it.
Well, we haven't talked, but you did say to me something. I never look at the comments. I just don't, because usually, everybody goes negative in comments. And you had mentioned to me a couple of days after we did it to look at the comments. I was stunned. I have never seen anything like that. There were hundreds and hundreds of comments, and everyone was positive. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to slam TMZ since that's the platform we're on, but it tends to tilt hater. And I'm with you. I scrolled some of the comments because I usually look for snark or good humor. I mean, the ones that are, go die, go do this or that. Anybody can do that. But, sometimes you get some good snark and good humor. These were serious. The brothers actually resonated with people at a level where people were not snarky, but it really was eye-opening, I guess, for lack of a better term.
No, it was. Now, look. A couple of days after the podcast dropped, Gavin Newsom did something that really shocked me, that he is now asking the parole board to do an assessment of Eric and Lyle. And I thought he was going to wait until the judge decided on the resentencing, which is next month. But it seems like he accelerated this. We are told from people inside the governor's office that you had discussions. Anything you can talk about?
No, but I will tell you this: the California has a very robust process, but it has ebbed and flowed like everything else in the criminal justice system. This is potentially a watershed moment for what is happening in the criminal justice system. I'm very anxious to be part of it. I'm very anxious to watch it play out. There's some really good work that gets done at this level for these kinds of things. And I think we talked about this, or we touched about this, if not in connection with the brothers, but in something else. What people don't realize is that, lock them up, lock them up, lock them up, kind of that 90s mantra. that's great. But 90% of those people are going to get back out. And they're clearly LWOPs, a life without parole. But at a certain point, if people are going to get out, you would like to have some kind of a degree or confidence that they're not going to reoffend. And I think that's what the governor is leaning into. I applaud him for it. And by the way, I'm somebody who has been at odds with the governor at certain points. So when he calls him right, I want to be the first one to give him some kudos for it. And he clearly got this one right. Since we've got Tenny in the wings, we'll talk to her. Maybe next week we can talk more about Nathan Hochman. But I'll reserve fire on that.
Okay. Well, let me give you my take. Tell me if I'm right or wrong here.
Okay.
Seems to me resentencing is way less important now, because even if they got resentenced, it would mean the parole board would then decide whether they would be eligible for parole, and it still goes to the governor's desk. So as long as it has to go to the governor's desk, the governor has now short-circuited the whole thing by saying, I want it anyway, regardless of what the judge does.
Yeah, and I think it's a fair statement that it became political, and this is a good way to take the politics out of it. I mean, there is a certain degree of irony that I have been arguing, and Cliff Gardner, my very able, I tease Cliff a lot, Harvey, not as much as I tease you.
Yeah.
But Cliff is probably the appellate lawyer of his generation. And Cliff and I were kind of remarking on the fact that we've been arguing for 2 years now on the writ of habeas corpus, that basically what you had was a second trial that was driven by the politics in the DA's office in the 90s. Fast forward to now in 2025, and there is a compelling argument that politics, whether you're Hochman or whether you're Gascon, they both were saying the other was playing politics with this. So it's ironic, I suppose, that 30 years later, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. We're going to bring Tenny in a minute, but just one more thing. I'm going to give you a prediction. Based on what Gavin Newsom did last week with Eric and Lyle, I think the DA, Hochman, is not going to take any position on resentencing. I think he's just going to say, we have no position on it. Because I don't think he's going to oppose it, because it's already going to the governor. And it doesn't sound like he's going to support it. So I think he's going to have no opinion on it.
Normally, I would engage with you, but if I did, or if I bet you I would have information, it would be unfair. It would be insider trading on. It would be a 10b-5 violation on the media. So,
okay, well, you didn't laugh at me.
I did not laugh at you, and it does not take a lot to get me to laugh at you.
Fair enough.
Okay,
let's pivot. Diddy is so interesting to me. We've done 3 documentaries here at TMZ on the case, and a lot of it has to do with the prosecution side. We're now doing a 4th documentary, specifically on the defense, because I think we're at a point where everybody kind of thinks he's just going to go into the court and beg for mercy and not mount a defense. And that's not the case. And I think, it reminds me, Mark, of O.J. Simpson. It reminds me, to some extent, of the Rodney King case, where everybody was so primed to think one way that they were shocked when there was a defense. And I feel the same thing is coming with Diddy.
Look, I could not agree with you more. And this is without talking to Tenny, without having any perspective that's from the inside, but I read all of the filings, the public filings, because I find them compelling. I mean, there's you want to talk about appellate lawyers of their generation on the East Coast, Alexandra Shapiro. Tenny will laugh. I'm such a fanboy of Alexandra, who is on the team. I can't tell you, and her writing is so spectacular. If you're a lawyer and you're watching this, or if you're a law student, you should read, because everything that she produces is phenomenal. And the public filings really are at odds with the public perception of this case. And that's why it's fascinating to have Tenny on here. But it's also, you got to navigate a couple of things, and we'll talk about it on the other side after we speak with her.
Yeah, well, let's bring her in. Tenny Garrigus, welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast.
Thank you for having me. And I love the name.
Doesn't it fit?
It really does.
Especially your dad.
It's really great. Like, he was meant to have a podcast named Two Angry Men.
I think so. And I'm glad to be the second angry man.
It's great.
Hey,
I have to take issue with something you said, though, which is
please.
that you did a few documentaries all about the prosecution side, because I think that the public and the media have gotten nearly every fact wrong about what the prosecution's case is here. So I just want to take one issue with that. You know, there's no minors, there's no celebrity sex tapes. You know, the civil lawsuits here are not driving the allegations that we're defending against. But it is driving the vitriol against him in the media.
You know, I'm going to highlight something because this one drives me crazy because I read what the prosecution files and I read the indictment. And if you read the indictment, there's no allegation of sex with minors. There's no allegations of A-list celebrities. There are. The new superseding indictment lists 3 so-called victims. I like to call them complaining witnesses. But isn't that right, Tenny?
No, that's absolutely right. There's no minors here. There's no celebrity sex tapes. There are a lot of stories in the media about lawsuits. There's been a flurry of lawsuits in the past 2 days because of an expiring statute, essentially, which is why you've seen a lot of lawsuits in the past few days. But it's incredible here what I'm witnessing, which is that we're, at least I personally, like, what people ask me about and come up to me about are a lot of allegations that just have no basis in reality whatsoever.
I think part of it is people are confusing the civil cases with the criminal case, you know, because there are allegations in the civil cases. The celebrity sex tape is interesting because the U.S. attorney made a big deal in that press conference about videotapes. And this kind of created a life of its own, that they had seized videos of the freak-offs, and it kind of spun into who's on those tapes. And Hollywood became unusually silent. We usually hear an uproar with something like this, and we have barely heard a peep from Hollywood. And I think that's one of the reasons.
I'd like to address that. And I think there's one huge reason, and that's Tony Busby. Right after the indictment, he came out with a press conference with a 1-800 number behind him, threatening lawsuits against our client without having filed any. And we saw exactly how it played out. And we saw exactly why Hollywood went quiet. And that's because he was utilizing potential lawsuits against my client in order to get, to try to get, I should say, or what I believe happened actually did happen, but to try to get settlements from other people, because he basically leveraging potential lawsuits against them, or he would sue them. Of course, Jay-Z didn't fold, and look what happened. That case got dismissed. And now he's being sued for extortion in California. But everybody
not Jay-Z, but Tony Busby.
Right.
And you know, I think what you're saying, Harvey, is exactly right. Everyone went quiet because lawyers have utilized my client and the fact that he's incarcerated in order to try to leverage my client's unfortunate predicament being in prison, leverage that in order to gain financial benefit. And they've done that. I think the first lawsuit was against a Marriott as well, and then against a Macy's. And so they're trying to utilize my client in order to get big payoffs elsewhere. And unfortunately, we live in a world where anybody can say anything on TikTok and on Instagram, and especially for clickbait. And nobody can believe that this case doesn't have celebrity sex tapes or minors. And so it leads them to think that the absence of evidence is evidence. And that's just an unfortunate thing. It's just not true. So I felt compelled to, say that here. Civil lawyers.
It's funny.
Can I just jump in? I
Sure.
did an interview with Tony Busby for one of our documentaries, and he was very clear that he was targeting some celebrities and had sent demand letters out. And I even asked him, I said, it feels like the game here is pay up, or we're going to publicize this in the form of a lawsuit, and it will destroy your career and your life. And he embraced that and said, that's the drill. And certainly I asked him, have you done that yet? And the strong insinuation was he's gotten some settlements from celebrities. Are you getting that from your end?
I mean, I'm not on the civil team. I do only criminals. So I
Right.
actually don't know. What I've seen is Jay-Z, who fought back and was like, I'm not going to take this extortion. I'm not going to take it. And then I don't know if you saw our filing this week, but we opposed his motion to appear what's called pro hoc vice. I
Right.
don't know if you
Yeah, I
do
did
the
see
legal
that. I did see that.
Pro hoc vice, for those who don't understand, if you're not admitted in that particular court, it's the Latin term for please, by the grace of God, admit me so that I can practice here at the pleasure of the court.
What I don't understand is, and I've seen it before, but why would a civil lawyer insert himself in the criminal case?
That's what I was trying to say, Harvey, when you first said you did 2 documentaries about the criminal case. I have no understanding to think that any of this man's clients are part of the criminal case at all. So I have to make that very clear. Like, the public has gotten nearly every fact wrong about this because lawsuits are getting pushed out about minors that just have nothing to do with anything I'm defending against. And but civil lawyers who are bringing cases in the Southern District of New York, which is where Mr. Combs is defending himself against, fighting for his life in this district, he has the lawyers have every single incentive to bring a lawsuit there, to make allegations, to say that he's guilty in order to financially collect. And so that's exactly why he would be inserting himself in this very district that he's not even admitted in and has been denied admission to. So it's like really a remarkable fact. I can't imagine, as a lawyer and as a member of this bar, which takes its lawyers very, very seriously, filing something under my name when I'm not admitted. Like that, I'm very proud. Like, I got admitted the very first day of the Martin Shkreli trial by the judge who was overseeing the case because I couldn't appear unless I was admitted. It's like a very basic fact as a lawyer.
One of the things that struck me is there have been a couple of people who have sued and then withdrawn their lawsuits. It would seem to me that helps you ultimately, because what it telegraphs to prospective jurors is, don't believe an allegation that is simply an allegation when you see some people withdrawing it. And I'm not in any way suggesting this is the way I feel about the overall case, because frankly, I don't know what all the evidence is on either side, but it would seem just the optics when certain people pull back, it helps you.
I think that's true, although I'll say, I should say I don't know. What I think it doesn't help us is that lawyers and plaintiffs will put out lawsuits without checking the facts, without even just doing basic due diligence as to the facts. And then because the media is so hungry for clickbait on anything Diddy related, whenever anybody's scrolling through their Instagram or their TikTok, they see that Diddy's been sued yet again for some terrible assault, sexual.
And part of the problem with these kinds of cases, because you've seen it, whether I could name 10 of them, but I don't want to damn anybody by painting them with the same brush. But people tend to say, if there's what you lack in quality, you make up for in quantity. And so if there's 100 suits, I've seen it when they said, well, there's 120 suits, there's 150 suits. what I keep coming back to, the one thing that just drives me crazy about this case is I remember watching on my friend Ashley Banfield's program back in September, a lawyer who sat there on that program and said, I have seen a tape, they're shopping the tape, it's going to drop any day from now. Mind you, this is September 2024, and it involves the biggest of the big celebrities in Hollywood. I remember that vividly. Well, September passes, October passes, November, December. We're in 2025. When this drops, it'll be March. Nothing has come out. Nothing at all.
To your point, and to Harvey's, she is one of the people who put a 100-page lawsuit together in the Southern District of New York before our client was ever arrested, and actually had to withdraw from that case because she questioned the own causes of action. That's what she told the judge. Causes of action. My own causes of actions are questionable, and that's why I had to withdraw. And then in order to obfuscate that, went on the news and said those things about our client that are just clearly false, and we've since sued her for defamation. You can't just say these things about our client. We will fight back. And everybody thinks it's open season, and it's not. You know,
Harvey, can I ask you, since we're going behind the curtain?
Can I just jump in and ask one thing? I hear you, and you know that when this goes to trial, the publicity, the media attention is supercharged, and what you're talking about is exponentially bigger. So is sequestering the jury on the table? That's a
great question. I'm not going to really comment on the criminal case or what's on the table. I will say this, which is it's actually, I grew up in kind of this media world and, you know, sequestered juries. Dad, I think Peterson had a sequestered jury during deliberations. Is that right?
Only during deliberations, which was my great frustration, because I said, if you're ever going to sequester, and take a look at the only really high profile recent acquittals were sequestered juries. Casey Anthony,
Right.
what's his name, who
But they're
committed
all
suicide? Yeah.
I believe.
State.
Also,
State.
people get their news now on their phone. What are you going to take everyone's phone away?
Well, by the way,
that may be the brave new world.
Yeah, but Harvey, I've got one question. I'm going to, you're pointing this direction. I'm going to point in your direction for a second. I know for a fact that when there are tapes or pictures or video, but any kind of multimedia, one of the first places people go to is TMZ, right? I mean, I know you don't want to answer that.
Well, no, we have people contacting us all the time.
Every day.
Yeah.
You've got somebody who's got, that's right. How many, I'm going to put you on the spot. How many celebrity sex tapes have you seen that are from Diddy parties? How many?
None.
Zero. How many minors have come forward to say, hey, Harvey Levin, I'm going to sell you my story. I was a minor at a Diddy party.
Well, we don't get that, but you know that there have been civil lawsuits.
Correct. And you know why there's civil lawsuits? Because there's this thing called immunity, and immunity generally attaches, or litigation privilege generally attaches, and that cloaks them in the ability to just make wild, outlandish allegations untethered by reality and not be able to get sued. Well, we may be entering a whole new world on that. I mean, you take a look at what Trump has been doing with suing media outlets when they show it. CNN just got hit. I was talking with the lawyers down there who tried that case in Florida. They got hit by the shenanigans they pulled in Florida. Trump just amended a lawsuit. ABC paid him for the George Stephanopoulos. I think we're in a different world now. I think people are starting to realize maybe you just can't get away with this kind of stuff.
So, Tenny, are you saying that you guys are looking to file civil lawsuits where there are baseless claims?
We already have.
I know you have, but is this?
We've already filed several, and we continue to look into it every single day because what's going on here isn't right, and it's not right to think that yeah, exactly. I mean, we filed several defamation lawsuits against documentaries that have come out about our client. by lawyers who are doing unethical things and defaming our client, individuals who are defaming our client. I mean, the rumors out there are vicious and they're false.
And you know what it reminds me of, and I've had this, and when she says she's grown up around this, I mean, basically, I remember at one point people planning a bomb at the house and going crazy. And I remember during Peterson was one of the craziest times I've ever had. No matter what you told people about that case, it did not matter. It was just, I knew a boyfriend who was just like him, and therefore he must be guilty. I mean, that's what the default was.
So how do you avoid Peterson then? How do you avoid that problem in this case? Because it's similar.
Yeah, I agree. There is
I mean, it is similar. I have to say, like back then, it was everywhere, and that was before cell phones there was no iPhone, there was no TikTok, there was no Instagram. But like going into the supermarket, all of the magazines, and I remember my mom would like look at the news every morning, scroll the news, it would be everywhere. It was, how do we avoid it? I mean, we're taking the steps we can. I think I do find solace that we have 12 jurors who they actually look at actual evidence that they test. They're able to test credibility. That's their job. We could go on about Peterson forever, but everyone always forgets the jury was out for like 2 weeks. And it wasn't until the foreperson was literally taken off the jury and somebody else was put on that there was a verdict within like 2 hours. So I really do believe in the jury process. I believe if we can find 12 people who actually test the allegations, then our client, has trust in that justice system.
One of the people I interviewed in one of the documentaries was your colleague, Mark Agnifilo. And he talked about race being an important part of this case. And it seems almost undeniable that it will become that. So does that become a front and center issue for you guys? Is it something that just sits in the back?
Wait a second. Remember 2 weeks ago where I jumped in when Brian Friedman was on here? Now I'm going to jump in when Tenny's on here. She's not answering that question.
Thank you very much.
Why can't we have a bad signal when we need one?
Yeah, I know.
That's right.
God.
Yes. Bye, Tenny. Go.
No.
Thank you.
I want one more thing. Just an observation. I covered the Rodney King case. And I was part of a mistake made in journalism with that case, that there was a 91-second tape of Rodney King being beaten. And there was about 13 seconds where the beating was unrelenting, where you just saw these officers pounding on him. And it's what everybody in the media, and I was a local reporter at CBS, and myself included, we kept showing the 13 seconds for a year. When the trial came, the defense said, let us show you the other parts of the tape. And they weren't like a smoking gun, and they were subtle, but there were parts when the officers would move back and Rodney King might move toward them. And it was subtle, but it was stunning to them because they were so inculcated with the 13 seconds that the rest of it became so important to them that it was one of the reasons they found the officers not guilty, which stunned everybody. And I think it was a mistake.
That and the fact that the judge was Stanley Weisberg.
Well, I understand. But
by the way, do you know who Stanley Weisberg also presided over? What other case?
Menendez.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. But
I think that's fascinating, Harvey, but I think that's what trials are. They provide context. Like the media tries to, especially now, make things clickbait. Like what can fit in a 1-slide Instagram or what can fit in a 30-second TikTok. But trials are context. Like this is going to be a long trial.
Well, that's kind of the point I'm making, which is that you haven't played your hand and everybody's made assumptions. In a way, it gives weight to the defense that you might not otherwise have if it wasn't all out there in the way it is. I'm just thinking in terms of strategy.
Thank you.
Well,
Do you want to
no,
your
I mean,
day job and come work with us?
no. I mean, it's just an observation.
No, it's true. I hear your point. No, I definitely hear your point. It is all out there. Everybody has opinions. Everybody feels something when you say his name. I think that's right. It's all out there. Everybody has thoughts. I mean, as I've said, the public has gotten nearly every single fact wrong. However, that's what a trial is for. And there will be context, and we will be able to put forward our defense.
How long do you think the trial is going to last?
I don't know. Let's see what happens at the pretrial conference. I think that's in March.
Okay, well, I know anything else I ask, Mark is going to object to.
I'm going to jump.
I give up.
By the way, Harvey, it's as we're taping this, you may have told me that you were up against a hard out in about 2 minutes. So.
Okay, Mark, you made your point.
And you might have been fibbing to me.
You made your point. Tenny, we really, really appreciate you coming on so much.
Of course. Thanks for having me, you guys.
Thanks again.
Thanks, Tenny.
2 angry men. All right.
2 angry men.
Very angry.
So, okay, can I ask you?
Yes.
How much is race going to play a part of this?
I have said, and I know that this may or may not be controversial, but I believe that race determines virtually everything in the criminal justice system. And I know that's a bold statement, and I know it's a kind of expansive statement, but I think it does. I just think that there is so much about race. Go to I don't know, the last state prison or the last time you were at a state prison, for instance. I've been in a number of state prisons recently in the last year. If you take a look at the composition of the inmates in the state prison, it's stunning. Go into the criminal courts building in downtown LA. Go into Department 30, which is on the 5th floor, which is the arraignment court. It's kind of the feeder court for all of the felonies in Los Angeles County, serious felonies. Take a look at the composition, the racial composition. And that's it. You cannot tell me that racial composition, which is so out of whack with the population demographics, is because that racial composition commits disproportionately that amount of crime. It's just the way we criminalize, and that's unfortunate.
So I want to give you my take on something, and I want to see if you agree. I think maybe the most important thing in this trial is going to be picking a jury. And the way this jury is picked, the timing is really good for the defense in this sense. There has never been more distrust with institutions than in 2025, particularly the Justice Department and the FBI. On both sides, the left and the right have said that they target unfairly. And I think people are suspicious of institutions today in ways they never have been. And with that mindset going in, that may help the defense.
Well, it might, except the problem is if jurors are honest about that, and that's what you hope for. You hope that when you do what's called voir dire, which is speak the truth, and that you ask the questions of the jurors, you're hopeful that they will tell you the truth.
Yeah, but you also know the game.
Well, yeah, and I know exactly what ends up happening. What ends up happening is once you reach a certain critical mass in high-profile trials, there is always going to be, I've caught them in every single high-profile trial, what I call stealth jurors, somebody who's going to lie their way on the jury for an agenda. And there's a variety of those agendas. I don't need to belabor them now, but that always worries me. In fact, I used to say, have a rule of thumb that if somebody wants to be on the jury, I generally don't want them, right? Because that automatically is suspicious to me.
Right.
Who wants to be on a jury? Although I will also tell jurors, and I do this all the time, next to military service or kind of the law enforcement front lines, there is no more valuable service that you can do as a citizen than jury service, because the one thing that separates us from tyranny, everybody can talk, we hear, speaking of, you're saying distrust, the only thing that really does separate us are jury trials. Jurors are the last kind of stop before you get to tyranny.
So how about this for a theory? That the defense tries to get the most diverse jury they can get from all walks of life, different races, just everything diverse. Because when you have a diverse group, it is much less likely you'll get unanimity. And if you get a hung jury, the defense then hears the entire case. So if it gets retried, they know everything the prosecution's going to do.
Well, look, there are social studies, there are kind of literature on the fact that the more diverse the jury, the better result you get. And when I say better, the fact that you do not come to a quick kind of prejudgment, that you actually, and I also have commented to juries on this, I've tried hundreds and hundreds of jury trials. They almost always, it's an amazing phenomena. Juries almost always come up with something that neither lawyer prosecuting or defending the case came up with. It's uncanny what happens when you put 12 people together who are doing the kind of hard work that needs to be done when they're back there deliberating.
Finally, I'm really interested in Tenny kind of charting your path. She watched you through all these trials, and it's a tough job. So how did you get her on board to do what you do, given, because I've known you forever, it's a really tough job, and you take a lot of heat. So how'd you get her on board for this?
She remember, she comes, I wasn't kidding when I said before, she's the third generation. I mean, my father,
right.
I tell the joke all the time. My dad was admitted or started in the DA's office the same month I was conceived. And the first 13 years of my life, he was a DA, and I thought my first name was dumb and my middle name was shit, because he was kind of a hard-charging homicide prosecutor in the LA DA's office. And she obviously didn't know him then, but after he left in whatever year it was, 1969, 1970, he went into private practice, and I joined him in the early 80s. And she was born a decade later, and she grew up in watching the two of us start and build a firm, and it's kind of generational. Now, I hope that my father's father, who was a immigrant and a tailor, who used to say that shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations, which is, it always is the third generation.
Right.
So
it's really pretty remarkable, I gotta say. Okay, so you're not going to answer my question about the governor. I can't get Tenny to answer questions about race.
And I ordered Friedman not to answer your question.
And you ordered Friedman not to answer. So why are we doing this podcast together?
For some reason, I'm going to let you take a little victory lap here. We did the Blake Lively with the aforementioned Brian Friedman, and look what happened. The next day, I think Taylor Swift kind of distanced herself. I mean, almost immediately. We did the Wendy podcast,
right?
And if I'm not mistaken, within 36 hours, Wendy got kind of a reprieve. We did Menendez, and the governor acted. So we did Diddy. We'll see what happens with Diddy. It might be kind of a theme here that I know that there's a certain comedian who is already.
I can say it. Bill Maher told me that this podcast is freeing aggrieved celebrities. Oh my gosh,
it's a pretty good line. I'm to top that.
I hope that our next podcast, I have a voice back. I apologize to everybody who's listening, and I hope Mark is going to be much more open to me in the next podcast as well, because I just feel like I'm hitting brick walls.
Okay, you got it, Harvey. I'll be much more open. I'll be less shy, and I'll come out of my shell.
By the way, and I like the background because that
I'll-
white wall in LA is just driving me crazy.
I'll raise the game.
Yeah, I
okay?
mean, just look behind you. It's nice.
Yeah, let's say tribute to my son-in-law.
Okay. We will see you next week.
Thanks, Harvey.
Bye, Mark.
Well, the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library in
Ooh, that was a real good video. Oh, that was a real good video. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. Oh, some of y'all the best around, child. Ooh, that was a real good video. He was saying some of the stuff we had already talked about. And strategy is just something that's just constantly on our minds all the time. I'm ready to go now. That was a real good video. You know, I'm glad he mentioned that goddamn Ariel talking about she seen the video or something or whatever. You know, it's just like, oh. And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. She could have seen something somebody put together. I mean, I just don't want to think that she out here frauding like that. You know, I just, sure. Is she hoping to get her name in the ring as a lawyer that would do Diddy cases or whatever? I don't know. But I think it is so strange for her to be running around and jumping on um, platforms with conspiracy theories and shit like that. Now, you know, in school how that shit went, like, you know, we don't run around like that type of with taking up no type of people like that. We don't do that. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Y'all know what I'm doing, right? Oh, I know what I was starting to tell y'all. So I had gained like 10 pounds and it came back in my face. That's why. And it was it Thanksgiving or Christmas? Was it Thanksgiving? I think it was Thanksgiving. I took a video of my daughter driving. I was shaking my head and she had the music jacked up. And I'm just looking in the mirror as a parent who was riding with a child who got damn music jacked up. So, honey, but my damn ribs are still shot. the seats on some nice. They gotta take off. Like 30 something pounds. I don't think I look. I think I'm gonna look crazy. As long as this don't go come no more, go back out my face. 'Cause my face is sunk in, child. Y'all seen the pictures of me, baby. My face is sunk in. And the place I'm trying to get it off of, more off of, is that backside. It's not, I got to figure something out. Anyway. Any old book. So I had a lot more to go, but I think I'm gonna end it there. I got to figure out what did I do, why the damn PDFs was coming up color coordinated and all of that. But yeah, that girl was right. It was a lot of those damn claims that were filed. And that's crazy. Within the last week, it was ridiculous against that dude. But that one with Lisa Bloom, I'm interested in seeing that one. Because, if the claim don't bear any fruits, she quick to be like, see you. I don't say she's quick, but you have to come in my opinion, give for something to substantiate your claim. Granted, the circumstantial claim is good, but especially with what's going on with this man and all these civil filings, and one has already been dismissed. It was voluntarily withdrawn. Um, you know. Then you had I believe that due to the environment, the current climate, attorneys other than Bugsby will require something a little bit to substantiate your claim. Not necessarily proof. You understand what I'm saying? But they have to believe in what you're saying. They're not gonna, you call them on the 800 line, they take their information and turn it into a claim. I don't believe how office works like that. In my opinion, I believe if you are calling, they do have 800 number. And if you said that you sent penis pics and all of that and stuff, all of which would have some type of trail that you should be able to, get records of, I believe she was subpoenaed to get those records. Who y'all. I'm gonna get on up out of here. And baby, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day, tomorrow even better day. And I'm out of here.